And because it's a Friday as well, we'll also be handing over the microphone to you so you can get to share with us what's on your mind later on in the show. But let's kickstart with the quote of the day. And today's quote is from Henry Ford. He says, "Hustle beats talent when talent does not hustle." And so, yes, we're bringing this quote to you again because, yes, sometimes if it's nice, you bring it twice. And so, hustle beats talent when talent does not hustle. And so, for those of you who feel that, well, weekends are just for relaxation, remember, if the talent does not hustle, the hustle will beat the talent. That's the quote of the morning. And because it's a Friday, we've learned quite a number of words during the course of the week. And so let's recap those words.
Here is a recap of the words we brought you this week. On Monday, we brought you egalitarian. On Tuesday, we brought you fickle. On Wednesday, we brought you ethos. And on Thursday, we brought you divulge or divulge.
Okay, and so those are the words that we've learned this week. I'm sure that you're putting them to some good use as well. Right, and it's a Friday. Let's get the spirit of the weekend in the groove. And so let's bring you the video of the day. This is Kim Promise featuring Mr. Easy, the... And Kim promised that featuring Mr. Easy, 3 continents, 1 big wedding that got all of us talking. And so, yes, that's it for the video of the day. And like I promised earlier, on Fridays, we give you the platform. We hand over the microphones to you to also air what's on your mind. And so let's do Inside Out now.
Let's dispense with the euphemisms and dog whistles and speak frankly. It is not a mystery that when leaders of Western nations complain of their migration problems, they are often referring to immigrants from the global south. But many of those immigrants are climate refugees. And interestingly, the global north emits 75% more greenhouse gases than the global south. However, the effects of climate change are more severe in the global south because we lack the resources to address them effectively. And so when the desert encroaches on our villages and towns and they become unlivable, we are forced to flee. Madam President, we cannot normalize cruelty. We cannot normalize hatred. We cannot normalize xenophobia and racism. If we're going to tell a story, let's not tell its slant. Let's tell all the truth. When we speak of migrants, we speak of Mami Ewusi Mensah Frimpong, a judge on the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. She's the first black female judge.
All right, so like you heard, President John Dramani Mahama at the UN General Assembly. Yesterday, he delivered his address. He's the 12th to have done so. And quite a lot of reactions to that. People say, well, the president spoke very boldly. He spoke on quite a myriad of issues and how, of course, Africa needs to rise up to the occasion, how Africa needs to get its fair share of the global cake, how we need to reset on the global scale as well, and also touched on what's happening in Gaza. President Mahama also making that very firm, bold commitment there that, you know what, we cannot allow that to fester, and among other issues. But that's not all that has been raging during the course of the week. So we know that on Monday, for instance, the youth in the New Patriotic Party hit the streets in protest of what they say is harassment and intimidation by government functionaries. And so they staged that particular demonstration. And they don't fear intimidation. They don't fear who. Basically calling on the government and the president to call his boys, in parentheses, to order. And so yes, we saw that happen, and they also petitioned the presidency as well to take some decisive actions on that particular development. But then, still within the camp of the NPP, we know that January 31, 2026, the party will be electing a flag bearer. And so ahead of that, we saw the vetting of the 5 men who have declared their intention to contest the flag bearer race slot of the NPP. So Dr. Mamadou Bawumia, in your shots there, Kennedy Japan as well, Brian Echampong, Dr. Yaose Duchum, and then Engineer Kwabena Ej Japan were vetted, and all 5 were cleared by the party to contest the elections in January. And so now it's open campaign season for these 5 men, and they've all given their commitment to issue-based campaigning, devoid of the vitriolics, and so we are expecting that indeed will pick shape. But then while we are talking about that too, you know, Owusu Bempah Abuapapon, yes, he's been petitioned, the party has been petitioned over his commentary, Abronye's commentary as well. All of that is raging in the NPP. But away from that, this week we also saw the school placement wahala at the Nat Hall. So quite a lot of stress. Parents are stressed. The wards themselves are stressed over the school selection placement systems. Real frustrations. I mean, the computerized system. I remember when it first started, when people were blaming computer, that when they catch that computer, what they would do to computer. But it looks like computer is not still functioning at its best. And so, yes, some students in Accra are giving schools in the Upper East region and also giving day. How do they go to school? Quite unfortunate. And so those issues, among others, are still being resolved at the Nat Hall. And we've said it time and again, very, very untidy how things have been handled there. A lot of protocol, we are told, also happening with regards to that. And so these are but some of the issues that made the headlines in the course of the week. And so I'd like to hear your thoughts on these raging issues. The phone numbers are on your screens. Quickly pick any of them and place a call through. But please remember to turn down the volume of your television set when you call so that we can speak to you through the phone and then avoid all the interference there. And so the numbers are on your screens. Any issue on your mind, and even if there is some critical issue you are also experiencing in your vicinity and you want us to know about it, we're here for you this morning. And so in the next couple of minutes, I am giving that opportunity to you to call me and let's have a conversation on these issues. And that's where we also get to know what is on your mind. And with regards to the UN General Assembly, you know, President Mahama has been championing the Accra Reset program as well. And when people hear that, they feel it's only about Accra. No, it's just because the conversation is starting from Accra. But it has to do with African sovereignty in health. And later on, we're going to see it translate into other sectors as well. And so let me hear what's on your mind. Do you think President Mahama represented us well at the UN General Assembly? What do you make of his speech at the Assembly and his all the things that have been happening on the side? I've seen pictures with President Mahama taking pictures, among others, and people are also sharing their thoughts. But let's check out what our first caller has for us. Hello there, good morning. Hello. Hello there, can you hear me?
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you too?
By God's grace. So your name and where you're calling from, please?
Yes, my name is called Ken Kaka, calling from Takwa.
All right, Ken, talk to me. What's on your mind, my brother?
In fact, yesterday watching my president, the visionary, Ayebida Dramani Mahama, I feel proud as a Ghanaian. These are leaders we want as an African. Bold and frank. It's high time we tell the world our story, how it is. It's okay always dictating for us, showing us how to dance, showing us how to wear our uniform. They're always showing us how to even learn. You see, yesterday, Mama touched about the AI and the internet and the social media system. They just want to eliminate the Africans. Africa, it's hard time we can do it by ourselves, as Mahama said. And reset agenda have started in Ghana. Let's all come together and help this government to move Ghana forward. It is possible and we can make it as an African. Thank you.
Thank
Our
you.
girls to Madam Gaddis, Madam Western Regional Women Organization.
Absolutely. Ken, thank you so much for calling. Do have a wonderful weekend. And so Ken is elated and he's excited about the speech delivered by President GHOne Dramani Mahama at the 80th UN General Assembly. You can also call in and let us know exactly what is on your mind. Do you agree with Ken or you disagree with him? Let's check out what our next caller has to say. Hello there, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Awal calling from Bimbila.
Okay. Oh, how is Bimbila this morning?
Oh, fine, thank you.
Fantastic. What's on your mind, my brother?
I want to speak on the president's speech at the UN General Assembly. I commend our president for speaking through to power, that is the Western leaders, which is led by Donald Trump. In as much as the world is supposed to be a safe place for all of us to be, because of the actions and inactions of some world leaders, notably the various presidents of the United States of America, the world has not gained the peace we needed or we need. Let's look at what is happening in Gaza presently. The Israeli military killing people there, bombarding their buildings and what have you. I think that is not good for humanity. And I think the various presidents speaking on it is commendable so that the world leaders or those superpowers will know that in as much as they have the power to do whatever they want to do, verily, they will come down when the time comes. The United States of America should know that we had powers, superpowers before they came, and very soon they will be going. So they should do whatever is necessary to bring peace in the world rather than bringing about disunity and conflict in the world. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for calling as well. And do have yourself a fantastic weekend. Let's get another caller on the line. Hello there. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you're calling from, please.
My name is Salah Yibini Europe Bushele.
Right.
I
can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
First of all, let me send my greeting to Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the only president in this country. We are proud as Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, our president in this country, and Mamusa and he as well as Honorable President Chief of Staff and Chairman of Popo and the Staff. Let's look at what is happening in this country. I think sometimes, did you hear the excellent John Dramani Mahama comment abroad? If you have such person in your president, how can you know they happen? And now we are now have new Chief Justice Council. I think this is so well for us because past government on our judiciary, when President John Dramani Mahama came and I think people did not have trust in Excellent John Dramani Mahama research when he started the research up. And second thing we want in this country, we shouldn't be going as former president has established. If you have such kind of your president, you think the country can move forward? No. We all see what is happening in this country. Each and any Ghanaian praying for Excellency John Dramani Mahama to succeed. But some people did not pray Excellency John Dramani Mahama to succeed. Look at what's happening in Galamsey. And some of the NPP members coming out saying that John Dramani Mahama cannot fight the Galamsey. John Dramani Mahama cannot. And you see 8 months. And you use it to compare your 8 years. How this thing can happen? If not mad people can think that. So we need to be reasoning before we say our things. So when President John Dramani Mahama comes in this country, I think in terms of Galamsey system, and they should take our land. And because of the fighting of the Galamsey and Mohammed Mensah and others,
Hello, Alaji. Thank you. Thank you so much for calling as well. And thank you to all of you who were able to get through. And for those who were unable to get through, we apologize. And next week, God willing, we'll give you the platform for that. But then let's check out what the papers are reporting this morning. And we start with the Chronicle this morning. No single nation should exercise absolute veto. That's President Mahama telling the United Nations. And one thing I must say, I really love the smock that John Dramani Mahama wore. The colors are beautiful, they're bold, they're bright, representing us as well. And also Youth Employment Agency beneficiaries cry foul over unpaid allowances. There's also Mampontin Chief sues Prophet Roger over doomed prophecy. And the scripture for this morning, Proverbs chapter 12, verse number 22, the Lord detests lying lips, but he delights in those who tell the truth. That's the Chronicle for you. The Ghanaian publisher says, Professor Kwesi Yankah writes, farewell, River Ayensu. Very sad spectacle there. And also, Ewuku rejects NLA misuse allegations. Yes, I'm sure you've also seen the excerpts of that work done by the Fourth Estate on NLA and cash that were given to some institutions instead of being given to the poor. Mahama presses GHOne on slave trade recognition, and 15 Eastern MPs endorse Baumia. That's the Ghanaian publisher. The Daily Post says Mahama calls for permanent African seat on UN Security Council, says the world body must establish its own reset agenda. And Ghana National Energy Compact launched to accelerate energy access is on the front page of the Daily Post, and be responsible on social media. Cybersecurity Authority warns SHS graduates, and is very, very untidy, very terrifying. Or the videos that we are seeing on social media talking about how they are coming to snatch people's husbands and things. I mean, come on. The Cybersecurity Authority is warning those graduates. The Daily Guide says we'll push for African reparation, according to GHOne Dramani Mahama. Also, exploitation of Africa's resources must end. That's the president, our president, speaking at the UN General Assembly. Illegal miners on rampage take over Great Coast sites. Woman 42 dies in Galamsey pit, and NADMO officer found dead in river, as reported by the Daily Guide. The Ghanaian Times says Reform Security Council President Mahama demands at the UN General Assembly. There is also government injects 2 billion cedis into District Assembly's Common Fund, according to John Mahama's vice, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. There's also Ghana launches National Energy Compact for Reliable Energy, and fighting Galamsey needs chiefs' power, not just laws. That's according to Sir Sam Jonah on the front page of the Ghanaian Times. The New Weekend Crusading Guide says Galamsey showdown. Aboyanga dares Kendall Tale strikes back with fire. And also Mahama fires up Africa at the UN General Assembly. Forget aid, assert control over natural resources. Land guards invade Gomwa Akraman, destroy cemetery. Oh, and Cyril Nia named African Real Estate Personality of the Year. There's also Foreign Minister boots out NPP MP at airport. Oh, Charlie, this thing. Okay. Well, let me bring you the daily graphic now. After 80 years, UN must reset. President Mahama demands bigger voice for Africa. Youth unemployment will hamper Galamsey fight, according to Sir Sam Jonah. Implements reforms for sustainable development, World Bank tells government, and Ghana launches National Energy Compact, and it comes under Africa's Mission 300 initiative. As a picture of the Minister of Energy and Green Transitions, John Jinapo. The Informer says Baumia best bet for NPP. Eastern Region MPs declare NLA good courses. Samir Uku trashes Fourth Estate's report, describes it as lopsided and mischievous. There's also race for NDC's 2028 standard bearer. Sack Eric Opoku, others. Pratt urges Mahama. And prioritizing economy over fight, Galamsey will haunt Mahama. That's according to Oliver Baka Vombawo. And Haruna applauds Jane Nana, describes her as champion of education and gender rights. The News Center says, embrace, invest in AI now or risk irrelevance in the digital revolution, according to Mupita. There's also impact sustainability key to project selection, MTN Foundation Chair. And Access Bank Ghana appoints Pearl Nkrumah as new MD. Congratulations to her. President Mahama blames rich nations for migration crisis, and ASMA petitions minister to strip Handa families Ghanaian citizenship. And that's the News Center, Elvis's News Center. Yeah. The Ghanaian Point says, I'm determined to recapture power for NPP in 2028. According to Dr. Mamudu Baumia, Brian Champon defends 4.6 million CD NPP fee as test of resourcefulness. I'm being persecuted for supporting Ken. That's also Bempa. Fuming at the New Patriotic Party. And we've arrested 1,400 illegal miners in just 8 months compared to 800 Akufo-Addo arrested in 3 years, according to the Lands Minister. And shisha, alcohol, and early sex increase cervical cancer risk. Health expert warns ahead of HPV rollout, and it's very important. Right, so those are what the papers are reporting. Get a copy at the newsstands and get further details. Let's take a breather. We'll return with the conversations. Much for staying on with us. Let's bring you the breakfast review segment now. All right, so today we have a full house, and yes, my seniors are here to, on Fridays we unpack all the issues with the minds. And I can tell you for a fact, these are one of the finest we have in the country. And in no particular order at all, we've been joined by Audu Mahama. And Audu, good morning.
Good morning.
Hope you're doing well.
I'm managing.
As usual. Yes. So he's managing because he's the managing editor of the Custodian newspaper.
Not just that. Not just that. I'm also managing my economy.
All right. So next week we have Cliff Ekufo, his senior reporter with the New Times Corporation. Cliff, welcome.
Good morning, Josh.
Yeah. Hope you're doing well.
I'm not bad.
Yeah.
Under his grace.
Yeah. Absolutely. Elvis Darko is here, the man who manages the Custodian?
New Center.
Hey, New Center. Hey, Charlie.
The custodian man is sitting
there. New Center. Elvis, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, you were not here last week, but you're here today.
Yeah, last week I couldn't make it.
Yes. And of course, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, head of current affairs here at the EIB Network, and my boss, he's also the producer for the show. Ibrahim,
he's a big man.
Yes. He's a big man. Very big man.
Should have been in New York by now.
That's what we don't understand.
When I entered, I asked why IB and Joshua are not in New York.
You see?
Because
Have you seen the people who are working in New York?
Actually, I saw them, Charlie.
Have you seen them?
I've seen them.
You saw so many of them.
I saw so many of them.
And okay.
Yeah.
You think they will not come? No, it's not about they will not come. It's about what are they doing there?
Oh, okay. They are at your General Assembly.
Okay.
In what official capacity?
That one is part of. It's part of it. It's part of the discussion.
So we'll get to the discussions pretty shortly on that as well. We'll be looking at all the topical issues, like I said, but we'll start with the UN General Assembly because President Mahama yesterday delivered his speech, and a lot of people have touted him as being very firm, very honest, and also sticking to the points. He really delivered the message, very bold as well. That's what people are saying. But I'll just find out from Audu. I mean, first of all, what you make of the president's speech yesterday?
Unfortunately, yesterday I didn't look at I was somewhere, I didn't watch the delivery. But I looked at the speech itself, and it is quite comprehensive. He touched on so many issues, almost all the issues.
Yeah.
But all the issues he touched on are not new. Many presidents, almost all the presidents in Ghana have touched on those issues. Because I didn't watch the delivery, I will not, because delivery sometimes will show something, tell you that the person is actually hard on what he's demanding.
Right.
That is the only point that I didn't see. But all in all, I think it was comprehensive. But as I said, everything he said, not new. For instance, reparation. It's been said many times. President Akufo-Addo, almost every UN assembly, he mentioned it, that there must be reparation. The National Security Council, the 5 permanent members, they've been there since 1945. France, Russia, China, United Kingdom, and United States. They've been there. And nothing changes. Well, no matter how you make the noise, all these years, countries have been making noise. They've been there. Nobody is acting. The UN is under their grip, these countries. And you see that anytime they don't want anything done, it's not done. If they want something done, it's done. If they don't want anything done, they veto it. And US, for instance, has vetoed more issues or policies than any other country at the level, especially when it comes to the Palestinian issues.
Sure. Yeah.
And so when President Mahama mentioned the issues in Palestine, I was actually happy. But as I said, those issues have been mentioned. Anytime there is an issue of the world actually making sure that Palestine is an independent state, is a sovereign state and all that, and even the support for Palestine. And sometimes when you look at this, the U.S. vetoes almost everything in support of Israel. So I don't see anything new that will come out. What is new now is the way many countries are now looking at the two-state solution. That Israel and Palestine should live side by side. And that's what many countries have called for. Now, some of the powerful countries are actually saying that this must be enforced. Yeah. If you look at the countries like France, United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, most all the powerful countries are now calling for two-state policy, that Israel and Palestine must live side by side. And that is the only solution. I've seen that people saying that United States, particularly President Trump, is saying that once this is done, then they are strengthening the hands of Hamas. Hamas doesn't control the whole of Palestine. If Palestine is an independent country state with all its it's a sovereign state with all its powers to say. I think that we are rather the world would rather strengthen their country to deal with Hamas, and Hamas is doing it because Palestine is not a state. Palestine, or virtually all the land of Palestine, is being taken by Israel. So if you make Palestine an independent state with its own government or as a sovereign state, I think it will rather help to stabilize that region. The region, the Middle East, is unstable virtually because of what is happening between Israel and Palestine. Because if you have the Houthis and all the people around, they are all fighting sometimes because of what is happening in Palestine. Right. If you look at the genocidal actions that are going on, yesterday, for instance, I looked at just one strike. Almost 100 people were killed in that. People are killed like fowls in that place. And the whole world is watching. When I look at that, what is happening in Israel and what is happening between Russia and Ukraine, I say that there's no proportional, how do you call it? There's no actually focused on Middle East or what is happening between Palestine and Israel. There's no focus there at all to see that what is happening there is actually very terrible, that must be addressed. Ukraine, fine. Russia is bombing Ukraine, but what are the number of casualties happening there? Right. If compared to Palestine. So I also look at. So if now I'm hopeful that with a call by all these powerful countries, we will have to these two countries living side by side, and there will be peace in Middle East. Okay. Also. I don't know whether my time is up. The way you are looking at, because these are general views.
Yes, we'll come back to the nitty-gritties as well. But Cliff, your thoughts on President Mahama's address yesterday?
Well, like Audu said, I think the call for me was apt, except that it's not new. Our immediate past president, Akufo-Addo, consistently addressed the UN and made such calls for reforms. And I think I'm happy that as a country we seem to have one voice in pushing for this reform agenda. And the reforms have become necessary largely because 80 years after the establishment of the United Nations, the global dynamics have changed so rapidly in terms of the countries that hold economic power. And even today, you talk about military might. The dynamics have changed. And the essence of the UN was to forestall global peace. Having taken lessons from the failures of the League of Nations, somewhere that finally got decimated in 1939 after the break of the Second World War. 80 years down the line, I think it is important that the UN does self-introspection, and then embark on reforms. By and large, the UN has held its own together, even though we have seen disturbances even post the formation of the UN. There are several wars that have broken up, except that they have not been on the scale like the Second World War. But currently, as we sit, we are sitting on tenterhooks. Every single day, one wakes up not knowing what tomorrow holds for us in terms of global peace. Audu talks about what is happening in the Middle East, especially involving Israel and its neighbors, with the issue of Palestinian state being a major or a key driver in the disturbances in that particular enclave. We are looking at what is happening in Ukraine. Then you come to Africa. Currently, as we speak, one of the most difficult areas, or what has become the Achilles heel of the continent, is what is happening in DR Congo. For decades, we have been striving to see how we can get permanent solution to the challenges in DR Congo, and it looks as if it has proven to be elusive. So yes, the call for the UN to reform and reset, for me, is very, very important. At the start, there was a treaty where some countries agreed to be non-nuclear. This day, how many years down the line, do we think some must be given the power to possess nuclear weapons whilst others are prevented from having same? If the common denominator, for which reason some countries can't rise up against other countries, is the fact that they all possess these nuclear arsenals, then would it be fair to say a section of the global community should not have that right to possess nuclear weapons, while others do, and yet those who possess are seen to be bullies? These are things that the whole UN setup need to review. The UN has done well with the Millennium Development Goals to transition into the Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah. But is that enough? Our president talks about migration. Where are the people migrating from? Basically, Africa and to some extent the Middle East. And the factors are numerous. In Africa, the president nails down on the issue of climate. Yes, whilst those factors are in there, we can't insulate ourselves from our own internal mismanagement. But by and large, whatever happens in the West has a huge influence on how we even govern ourselves. Right. So the UN, I think, the time has come, must reform. And I'm happy that President Mahama is continuing on that particular agenda. Right. Severally, President Akufo-Addo, even when he met international leaders at the presidency, made it explicitly clear that there is the need to reform. He has been one advocate for a permanent seat in terms of the Security Council for Africa. For Africa to have a permanent seat. And he has done that, and I'm happy President Mahama is continuing with that.
Elvis, do you also hold that same thought that, nothing new? It's something we've heard that the president also echoed yesterday at the UN General Assembly?
Well, if you have followed the UN General Assembly, there's nothing that the president has said that has not been said, not only by a Ghanaian president, but all African presidents that go there. Similar calls from all of them, year after year. The question is, what has come out of those calls? I think that Unfortunately, but I have a different opinion.
Okay.
That a lot of the calls we are making are on net. In fact, we are never going to get any result. They are genuine issues. But the point is that the UN was not created for countries like Ghana or Africa to come and have a say. It was created for the most powerful countries to use for their own gains. So when we are under this impression that the UN is there to help us, unfortunately, they are there to give us the crumbs. But as our United Nations, it is there for the interest of the most powerful countries. That is what Africa and other poorer countries must accept. So instead of making these calls, my point is, look at how China made it. They didn't make noise. They sat and realized that if anybody will respect us, it is when we have proven that we are capable. It's not about us going out there shouting that we have been unfairly treated, we have been this, with that, and that, and that. It's as if we think that our progress depends on somebody else. It will never happen. It will never happen. Why should they do the things you are saying? Your underdevelopment is in their interest. Your progress and development is not in the interest of any powerful country in the world. So, learn from China. They were not shouting. They made it clearly that if anybody is to respect us, if the global powers will respect us, we must make it to them that we can be independent. We can do this on our own. Whatever they are hanging on to control us, we will develop our own. And then they will know that we can compete with them. That is the only way. So for me, all these calls that we have been making year after year, we should learn lessons that if we've been making these calls for 10, 20, 30 years, and nothing is coming out of it, you should know that the UN was not formed to help you. They are to give you the crumbs. But in terms of use of power, it is for the most powerful. So Africa must sit down and stop making all these noises and sit down and begin to say, how does Ghana and Nigeria sit and think about cooperation development? Okay? We must do things and the world will see and say, Africa has gotten it right. Now they deserve the respect. You haven't gotten it right. You are a beggar. And you are saying that as a beggar you must be listened to. You cannot be listened to. You understand? Okay. So for me, the president has made several points. And this idea of reparations, to me, it's a genuine call, but it won't go anywhere. I've listened to a lady, an expert, who said, when people make the call for reparations, she wonders whether those making the calls understand what they are talking about. She made the point that the slave trade that we talk about are not government-sponsored initiatives. Yeah. Individual businessmen, because slavery is legal, decide to buy people and sell and make money for their families. And those who made the money are dead and gone. And you are saying that the generation who didn't make money from selling the human beings should now come and pay you reparations for something that some individual business people have done in the past. You understand it? And I'm saying that no matter how you make the call, it won't go anywhere. So for me, this course we are making, we are telling the world that this is our problem, but we are not telling ourselves that how do we fix it. Okay. We think that the world should come and fix it for us. Look, the poorer countries, and especially Africa, should never expect that the powerful countries have anything good in mind for them. Okay? We should never be under the impression that powerful countries want to help us progress. Our progress will be their underdevelopment. Their development depends on us being underdeveloped. That is the only way. The world is about exploitation. The world is about interest. The interest they have is to make sure that poorer countries remain poor, and that they will become powerful. Okay. So instead of talking about this, China, when they realize that the Americans are trying to control the AI, they also sponsor someone to do their own AI. Now, China has an AI that is as powerful as anything that has been developed in the West, but has been done at the cheapest cost. Where is Africa's AI? In the next 10, 15 years, Africa will still be 200 years behind, because we are not making any investment in AI. We are only sitting down and thinking that we will continue to consume what has been developed in the West. You understand it? So for me,
we are still looking for AI.
For me, if we don't sit down, strategize, and realize that nobody cares about your complaints. It's none of their business. How their countries will progress and continue to be the dominant force in the world and make sure that you are always under them is their interest. And if you don't want that, it's not about going to complain to them. It's about you sitting down thinking and planning and saying, how do I position my continent, my country, that I will be competitive enough that this will respect me?
Okay.
Now the West respect China. 30 years ago, the Western countries don't respect China. Today they respect them. Why? They go whatever they think they are capable of doing. China has proven that they are capable of doing it.
Okay.
They are competing with them. They are telling them that you are not the only people who can do it. We can do it, and even we can do it better than you. So now they realize that China has come to the table. Okay, and therefore we must be able to do something.
Okay.
Africa cannot be complaining when you are not at the table. We are still thinking about the 1840-something when Africa was put on the table in Berlin and divided. It's the same behavior here. That, oh, you have to help us solve this problem. Who said somebody is supposed to help you solve a problem? Nobody give any fuck about whether you are making progress or not. You see, our leaders need to change their mindset, okay, and begin to realize that, look, if we have to make any voice and we will be heard, it's only when we are proving that we are capable. We are a continent that has proven that we are not capable. Okay. And then you go and stand at the UN, and then all we do is to complain. The West is doing this, the richer countries are this and that, they must do this and that. They are never going to do it. Okay. Africa
so you
will never have a seat.
Anyway.
Look, in the next 20 years, 30 years, Africa will never have a seat at the Security Council. Do you know why? In the history of the world, conquest is what makes a country most powerful. The reason China today is not just the most powerful country, but they are not conquering other countries. Conquest. From the Roman Empire to all the empires that you read about, the only reason they were called empire is because they are able to conquer other nations. Okay. The Security Council is where decisions are taken as to who should be conquered and who should not be conquered. And therefore, why should they give you that power? For you to also be able to become a conqueror. They will never do it today, they won't do it tomorrow. Okay. So we should begin to think differently. Right. We must have a better understanding of how the world operates. Africa is asleep. Africa has no idea how the world operates.
And that's why the Accra reset is there.
They are?
The Accra reset that would now think are being served.
When China wants to reset, did you hear it anywhere?
Okay. We'll come back to that conversation. Yes,
they will sabotage you.
We'll come back to that conversation.
So keep it to yourself.
Okay.
Sit down, Ghana, Nigeria, sit in the room, be meeting, be planning, be getting things that before they will hear. So Ghana and Nigeria and their team, they have developed some AI.
Announce it.
They have developed some AI. Okay. There are people who are using it. It is working. Now they are no longer using the ones we have developed. Okay. They are all using an African-built AI system that's working for them. Okay? Right. They sit in Africa and say, oh no, this energy solution is better than what we have. They have implemented, it's working.
And that's where we'll get it.
That is why you begin to get the attention.
Let me get into the conversation and also get to understand where you stand on this.
Well, so the president yesterday delivered his first UN address, right? And I watched. I just didn't watch. I also read his speech, and I can say that we've been around for a while, right? It's the boldest, most blunt, and straight to the point speech I've heard from him as a president, because he's been a president before. In fact, when he was a president the first term, he went there 4 times. In his second term, he's done just the first one, 3 more to go. Why do I say the statement I heard, watched, and read from the president was the boldest? He took on the system, including the system that offered him the podium, the platform that he spoke at. Yes, I get the point about the UN Security Council and the fact that it's 5 most powerful countries that determine what happens in the geopolitics of the world. I get that. I get the disdain that the West has for Africa as a continent when it comes to having a voice at the table. And the typical example is when our own son, Kofi Annan, became the UN Secretary General. And the almighty USA, led by George Bush then, decided to go to Iraq under some flimsy excuses. And the UN had called for circumspection. The UN had sent an envoy there to go and inspect. And the UN felt that the time was not ripe yet for Iraq to be invaded. You all saw the words that George Bush used on our own son Kofi Annan. So it's not lost on anybody about how the 5 most powerful countries, especially the US, think of us as a continent. Now, the UN Security Council, they have rotational seats, and that's what they offer us as Africans. But you see, if you look at the entire continent of over 50 countries, a temporary seat is not what anybody should ask for. So the African leaders are well within their right, and in fact, they are advancing our interests when they speak about that. Before I heard John Mahama speak to this, Ruto has spoken to this. Even presidents from the North African countries, many of whom think they are more Europeans than Africans, spoke about this. So it's something that's dear to the collective interest of citizens on the continent. Which body decided that Saddam Hussein must go? The same body of 5 most powerful countries. Now, Obama will tell us that it is the most regrettable decision he took as a president. Look at what Libya has become. And it's becoming one too many. So when our leaders are saying that, yes, we don't expect this to change in the next 1 year. We don't expect this to change in the next 2 years. But yes, we have to talk about it. Because it's an injustice. That's been done. That entire continent. There is no representation when it comes to decisions that are made that will impact everybody. Russia, Ukraine. We're here talking about its impact on us, right? Iran, Israel. We're here talking about its impact. So, yes, Elvis, I agree with you that nothing will change tomorrow. They will not offer us the seat tomorrow. But the point must be made. And the fact that we are talking about the injustice that's been done, to me, it's enough. And we have somebody bold enough to make this point and make it forcefully. Not just that. We all know what's happening in Gaza. We're all pretending, using semantics to describe it in many ways that we can imagine. We are even asking ourselves as to why we are becoming aligned. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, we saw the minority in Parliament hold a press conference and really say that Kodjo Ablakwa shouldn't have talked about what he said, that what is happening there is a genocide, because we are not aligned.
Well, newsflash. We are aligned since 1988. 1988. That was when we did what France today is running over itself to do, what Spain is doing, what the UK is doing. We did that in 1988 by indicating that the solution to whatever problem that existed between the Palestinians and then the Israelites was a two-state solution. And we recognize the right of Palestinians to exist as human beings, first of all, and as a nation. We did that in 1988. So where lies the alignment and non-alignment and what have you? And in any case, when an injustice has been done and you decide to sit there and sit aloof and sit unconcerned, you are on the side of the perpetrator. Have we not learned this? So for the president to speak the way he spoke, mind you, other presidents had done that, but he was the only one who said the decision to deny Mahmoud Abbas and his entourage visits to the UN was a very terrible precedent. He was the one who told Trump in the face that climate change is real. A few hours before Mahama took the stage, Trump had been there indicating that climate change is a hoax. And now we are wasting resources in the name of climate change when in actual fact all the doomsday predictions have not come to pass. So when I say it was a bold statement, that's what I mean. He talked about immigration and related to Ghanaians who have been to the US and have helped them build their economies. He related to Kenyans who are done same. So don't treat us the way you are treating us. That's why I'm happy that we are receiving deportees from the US. As a country, we cannot say this and speak against the policies of immigration of the US government and still be receiving their deportees. You get the point I'm making.
Contradiction.
Now put that aside. He related to.
So you are telling a country that they have no right to determine who comes to their country. Yeah. By force, they should allow you to their country. By what reason?
Yes.
You are a beggar. See, this begging mentality is the problem. Stay in your country and build yourself. I know you have to allow me to come to your country by force.
No, that's not the point. To do with
it is begging. Build your country. These purist people have done.
Okay.
It's the land of Elvis. Don't land your land.
Gentlemen.
Are they asking you to come and build your country for them?
Hold on.
He made the argument that Muhammad said the West. Did they have to come and build their country?
It's okay.
They stay in your country. Build your own. We can build our own. Allow me to come and
But
build
we
it.
also have foreigners in this country.
Who asked you to accept them?
Elvis.
You see,
All right. I
This is
get
the mentality why we can't progress. This is why we can't progress.
Elvis,
Because you are fighting the Western narrative as my
Elvis,
stop.
Elvis, hold on.
Build your country and stop begging to go and stay.
Elvis, your microphone is off. Ivy, you're on the floor.
Joshua, let me do this on migration. Look, migration. Mensah, don't speak about migration. Migration, even Trump himself.
Exactly.
Is an immigrant.
Wait.
Wait.
It's an American law. You don't want to. Look, this mentality I don't understand it. I have my country. You have your country.
So everybody stay in
let me
his
stay in
country.
my house. Say no. But allow me to come to my
In which world does that
I'm
work?
allowed to come to my country.
But Elvis, in which world does that work?
Migration
That
is
we
part
all
of
stay
global
where we are.
system.
Haven't you migrated to Accra?
No, who says that?
Haven't you migrated to
I am a
Accra?
Ghanaian. I'm not from the borders of Ghana. I'm not from the borders of Ghana.
Let's argue with
Why are you saying that? Why is it that compulsory?
Yeah.
Okay.
Elvis, Ivy has the floor.
They gave you money and you accepted the trade.
Your microphone is off. Elvis, your microphone is off. Ivy has the floor.
Let's manage it. So yes, the issue of migration. See, if we are to look at the issue of migration as we are not saying that America should open its doors to everybody. No.
Yeah.
But we're calling for equity and humane treatment of human beings, right? Yes, per your laws, you are saying some people should not be in the country. We get that. But use the same law to treat them as humans, even if you want to remove them. Why do you think the U.S. could not send these individuals directly to their mother countries? Because they were seeking asylum. And you know what it means to seek asylum? You are running from something from your country. Something is chasing you. You are not allowed to send them back to the thing from which they were running, right? So they find ways around. That's the point we are making. See, me, I'm not a fan of migration. I'm not a fan of going to do donkey job in somebody's country just to make a living. Not that people had not had opportunity to travel. There are many who have had opportunity to travel, but they look at the circumstances and say that you are educated, you are lettered. Instead of going to wash some bowls in somebody's restaurant, instead of going to do some menial jobs and do cleaning, how about you stay in your country and get things to work? So, but we all cannot say that let's stay in our country. We talk about technology. We talk about advancement. We talk about education. I will go to anybody's country to acquire knowledge. As to whether you will return or not, it's up to you as an individual, right? Just as the Americans, when they have their money, they come here and invest. Don't we have American companies in this country? It's an investment. So if the president is relating to our own individuals, like Professor Alote, who worked at NASA and helped them develop robotic arms and what have you to travel to space, that is the kind of migration we are talking about. And you see, it's win-win for all. Yeah. So let's be conscious about the way we treat people who move from their countries to our countries. The president referenced refugees. Many of those refugees were refugees because of policies of the U.S. And the powerful five, as we talk about, they are in their country. You come throw bombs there, and they've been displaced, they become refugees, they come to your country, and you are treating them poorly. What's happening in Ukraine? Is Russia not one of the 5 countries we are talking about? But there are people who are running away. The point I'm making to wrap this up is that the president spoke boldly, and it's in line with his legacy term agenda. Okay. Because, see, a president who is seeking a second term would not be bold enough to speak the way the president spoke, because there will be repercussions, right? Nonetheless, he spoke the way he spoke because things are happening within the geopolitics that are wrong, and they need to be spelled out as they are. Okay. To be honest, if we return to talk about this, but of course, like I said, it's bold, it's straight to the point, and I, yesterday, was proud as a Ghanaian. And I think the reviews have generally pointed out the fact that the president was blunt, he was bold. It's good. The president didn't go there to do politics. And that's why it's difficult for you to divide heads over this. Yes, you can talk about the minority delegation that was not allowed to be there. I think very unfortunate. I've covered parliament for a while. At every point in time, when the president is going to lift the flag of Ghana, we must have the opposition there because the president is not going there to do campaign. He's not going there to do politics, right? When you say Choboy, the youths who come from minority, the youths who come from majority. So whatever happened, we deserve an explanation as to how come there was nobody from the minority side of the Foreign Affairs Committee in Parliament at the UN. That explanation must be given.
Okay, I think to be unfair, I totally agree with all that IB has said on migration. Yeah. Migration is part of global system. I sit here, I have my master's degree in migration studies. Migration, if you have forced migrants, you have forced migrants in your country, you cannot say that the people should be treated like some people who came there through their own well. So migration is part of it. You have also spoken about labor migration. Yeah. It's part of education. It's part of migration. All this is part of global system. So if you are treating migrants, they must be treated based on international law. Yeah. Their human rights must be respected, no matter where they are. That's how it should be. And on that point, I totally agree with our president, the way he spoke. The reason why I said, because I didn't watch him deliver. I didn't watch him deliver. That's why I'm not. But if you look at all the things he said, they've been quite comprehensive. But we have all agreed that because of the system, that UN system, all these things may be good things that he said, but the implementation, they may not agree with us. That's where Evans' point comes in. We have no strength to control whatever they do these things for themselves. So we should not rely on them to do things for us. That one I totally agree with Evans.
The fact that they have their sovereignty.
They have their sovereignty. Exactly.
My point was never about infringing anybody's rights. Right. The U.S. deportation has nothing to do with infringing anybody's rights. Their law says that if you commit offense A, B, C, D, it infringes on immigration laws. Mm-hmm. And as long as you break the immigration law,
not all like that. All the deportees.
Please. Nobody is being deported if you are not infringing on immigration laws.
That's not true.
Everybody that's been deported from the U.S. Is infringed on one immigration law or the other. That is what people should stop making. And Trump is not the one who brought this law. This law is an American law.
Nobody is saying that.
Please, let me make my point. He's only enforcing an existing law. So nobody should make the claim that somebody is being arrested for no offense from the U.S. and being deported. No. Every country has its laws. And the law says that if you commit offense A, B, C, D, it's an infringing on America's immigration law. If you do that, you have to be sent back. Please, you have to be sent back to your country. Okay? And if you have to be sent back to your country, the deportation is just one part. They have what to call removals. Okay, we call what to call removals. Okay, from the U.S. Okay, look, let me tell you, people should understand this. From 1980 till now, I can give you the story of the presidents that have come. And there are deportations of people from America.
Say Obama.
Every year, it's not Obama. Every year, every president that comes, number of people are deported. In fact, the millions of people are deported. There is a year that they deported over 12 million people from the U.S. Okay, just because they infringe. So nobody should sit and create a president that says, you are in the U.S., you have not infringed on any immigration law, and then you are arrested and deported.
So for you, there's always a genuine reason why.
There is. Okay. It is not a case. So nobody should create a impression that people are just being arrested that you look black, you are a Ghanaian, you are in the U.S., so go to your country. It is not the case.
The argument being put out by Elvis, that is not what we are talking about. He started by indicating that we should stay in our country. And I said, no. Migration is a natural phenomenon.
It's part of global system.
It's part of, apart from it being natural phenomenon, the global system itself acknowledges that for as long as we remain on this earth as living beings, there will be crisscrossing, there will be movement. The factors that compel people to move in and out are varied. So it is wrong to assume that all migrants move about just because they go a begging. For you to make that statement, that is wrong. Because some go there for education purposes. And nobody.
No, there's no investing in Ghana.
Oh.
Maybe what I want to offer,
I cannot get some.
So when you go for investing,
the white Europe going schooling.
Everybody what happens is on one hand, you are the one
on the issue of deportation. I'll be very
look at that. They are foreigners schooling
on the issue of deportation. That is political.
Elvis, hold on. Cliff, you have to find out on this.
On the issue of
Elvis must be
deportation,
stopped on this matter.
I'll be very, very hypocritical
Yes.
to say deportation is wrong. Because in our history as a country, we have had a period when we did mass deportation for varied reasons. So nobody is complaining about the deportation. One of the reasons why, one of the issues I was going to raise, I quickly did that. One of the challenges I have with our African government, they say one thing and they do
a different thing.
Yes, the president spoke eloquently, boldly. Unfortunately, this action of bowing to America's pressure clearly even defeats what he went out there to say. Because if it is a no, you don't just say no by word of mouth, you back it by action. Now, the whole Africa, we have given America the impetus
to deport
people. Yes, when you listen to the president's argument about the inhuman treatment and everything, he felt as a brother country, we should provide some human. But the question is, if we had not accepted those deportees, was America going to execute them? You understand? So our leaders, as blunt as the president was, must be backed by action. And the singular act of accepting this agreement with the U.S. Clearly defeats whatever the spirit of the statement he gave yesterday.
Right. And in relation to that, with the minority also holding that press conference and saying that, you know what, you did not even come to Parliament with this, you did that, and so clearly their wrongs need to be righted. You agree?
Perfectly. Because this is a sovereign state. The repercussion, whether immediate or deferred, will be borne by Ghanaians.
Yes.
And our representatives are the 275 who sit in there. So, short of a referendum, where you have to put the question to all of us to agree or to disagree, you table it before our representative. And where the majority says, well, it's assumed to be the collective will of the people.
Right.
So, for the president to take such a decision, for him to have even raised it on the floor of the UN, shows how much abhorrence he holds for that particular act. And yet, in taking such a decision of accepting them, refuses to table it before our representative. And then you have the foreign minister telling you it is an MOU, an MOU which has already started its own implementation. You understand? So, for the minorities' call, I 100% agree with the minority. And to make Elvis happy, probably one of the reasons why this West do not take us seriously, because they know we don't stand by our West.
Audu,
yes,
the minority on this issue.
The minority, I think we were here last week on the same issue. And I would say the blatant lies peddled by our foreign affairs minister, that the Attorney General, because it will be unreasonable for anybody to accept that this current Attorney General said that we didn't need parliamentary approval. When he was a Deputy Attorney General at the time, the Gidmo 2 thing was at the Supreme Court. So I said that this whole thing should have been actually sent to Parliament. Cliff has said it. We should have ratified this. How do you say that it's just a mere MOU and yet you are implementing the issues? You have already taken the people And now I've heard some have been deported. So we have taken deportees, yes, to their... Are they from Togo?
No, not all of them are from Togo. But 6 of them are in Togo as we speak.
So we
finding their way to their...
So we send them there, or they decided to leave?
We send them. They were in court.
You see, that is the whole contradiction. That's the whole contradiction. That is the whole contradiction. You see, the people didn't say they wanted to Ghana. I said it here last week. You decided that you bring them to Ghana. They say that, oh, you brought them here when they didn't want to come. So they've taken you to court. And now you decide that I'm deporting them. Deporting them to now, you say Togo. It means that Togo has accepted to take them. Is that not right? Or the people? I don't understand this whole
No, we send them to Togo. Perhaps they are en route to their final destination.
No, you send them to Togo. You see, Togo is a sovereign state.
Yes, of course.
So
you send them through Togo.
Togo first. Togo will decide what.
No. Then the transit point is Togo.
You see how bizarre this whole thing is. I am saying that it was very wrong for us to accept the people in the first place.
Right.
Look, they are African brothers. We are talking about humanitarianism and all that. That is fine. But you look at what is happening elsewhere. People have gone on, they are immigrants, they are refugees or something. They have decided to go to a different country. And that country says that I'm deporting them. To seek asylum, I'm deporting them. Let them be the headache of that country. Because if you don't accept, if we had not accepted to bring the people, U.S. could not have forced them on us.
Yeah.
So we decided that you bring them and you then reroute. You are saying that you are taking them to Togo for them to go back to their own countries. Have you not punished the people? We said we're doing them a favor. We have ended up punishing them. This punishment we are giving to them.
The status of the suit they filed at
No, he has withdrawn. In fact, the lawyer has withdrawn he has withdrawn. The 40 people that they said they are coming,
they've not come yet.
They've not come yet. I think the 40 should not come.
Yes, I agree with you.
But once the president has gone there to speak boldly about about these things, he should not collect. He should not pick them from US. Let them deal with how they will deal with their refugees or whatever, their immigrants. Let them deal with them so that we will have our peace. We will not be heckling with, but with the ratification. This one now that they are gone, I don't know what comes of it. Retroactive ratification can be done, but. That is what we will see, whether even the few that came, there was something changed hands.
Very interesting.
And look, the 40 should not come, as I said. Let them stay. Let Donald Trump handle his issues.
Okay.
We'll have so many issues to handle in Ghana. As we see right now, you know what is happening in this country. Galamsey is killing us. I've looked at front pages, they say Ayensu is gone. Ayensu, farewell to... I saw something by Professor Yanka. It said farewell to Ayensu River Ayensu. That is very serious.
Okay.
So let's minority, they made several calls. And as for the one... As for the one about the deputy ranking member not going to this thing, I think that it was the sole decision of the Foreign Affairs Minister, per the narrative from the deputy ranking member. This is somebody who Parliament, they normally, this is something. I understand almost every UN, this thing, a black one is for a ranking member, he went. And then it came, you are now the Foreign Affairs Minister. Then the ranking member, Honorable Abu Jinapor could not go. Then he puts the deputy. The deputy, you got him a ticket. Parliament got him a ticket. His per diem was ready. Everything. Got to airport, and there to check in. Then the lady, they check out actually. The man stood there. His thing wasn't going through, and they said, but your name, they've withdrawn your name long time. They've withdrawn your ticket, everything, so you no go. So the man then gave his per diem to them. Charlie, Monfa Mosika. Then he got back home. I think that was so insane. What kind of decision is that? At least you should be courteous enough to tell the man that don't even come to the airport. You are withdrawn. You are not part of us. And whatever reason that he was withdrawn, at least let him stay at home.
Okay.
He took his, the man said he came from all the way from his village. Bosomi from a village somewhere there. He decided. Yes, Parliament is on break from his constituency all the way to this place to airport, and he's so much embarrassed. I think I have said it. I have nothing against our foreign affairs minister. I think it was a wrong. I said it from day one. Wrong decision for this person to be made a foreign affairs minister. I have said it. He lacks the maturity to lead us as our chief diplomat of this country.
Right.
And I will always insist. And anybody, I will debate anybody who wants to debate me on this matter. I think that is not the right person to be our chief diplomat. And if we'll continue to face embarrassment one day after another.
All right. Elvis, Parliament.
The parliamentary call, they are 100% correct. The Supreme Court has made it clear. The president of Ghana met the press, and the president said Ghana has entered into a bilateral agreement.
Oh,
now,
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
yes,
what?
And then Kodjo, who is the foreign minister, now telling that the president lied. There was no bilateral agreement. There's an MOU. There is a very serious thing about a government. That the president says something reported by all the international media across the world, because this issue of deportation of America is a global issue, so everybody is interested. Only for the foreign affairs to come and tell us that there is no bilateral agreement. Wow. And that there was a, so who briefed the president that was a bilateral agreement? That's number one. Number two, the claim that we accepted the people of material, it is a complete falsehood. we just sold the people for our own gain. The people who say you accept our remand did not come and tell Ghana that US is more treated to accept us on. They didn't make any application to Ghana.
Yes.
Their countries rejected their receiver. Their countries said they don't want them back. Their country rejected that they will not accept their deported their countries. So their countries didn't come to Ghana to say, Ghana, our people in this country, America, have to be deported, but we want you, Ghana, to leave. They didn't make any application to us. So what's the basis of the claim that we are accepting them on humanitarian grounds?
Because we're not benefiting from it. We're not taking anything.
No. What is the meaning of the humanitarian? Am I the one? Are the people who have been deported, did they tell you that they need your humanitarian support? The answer is no. They said they want to be in the US and do their case. That's why they didn't went to the Ghanaian court to sue you. Then the foreign minister come and say, we accept them. Which humanitarian grounds? We should stop lying to ourselves. We traded them for our own gains. And we must admit that.
Which gain?
Yes, that's what I'm coming
to come out.
Gain number one. We have a serious issue for America right now. That's why our visa has been reduced to 3 months validity and single entry. Okay? That's our number one pressure that America has put on our neck. The government is finding it difficult to breathe. Number two, America has blacklisted Ghana from any financial support in 2025. Okay? We are not going to receive 1 pence from America. We will not. They blacklisted us. Okay? So we are not going to any financial support from the US. It's another pressure on government neck. Serious pressure on our neck. We are finding it difficult to breathe. We can't breathe. America has imposed 15% tax on all exports from Ghana. Now, the agua that we export things freely. Now, you can't do that. Yeah. You pay for it. So now, exporters are under pressure. So if you look at Ghana and US relations right now, based on the Trump administration to implement laws that America has so many years, but each government and the way they approach things, they have decided that they are going frontal by making sure that everything that is their law, they are going to just enforce it. Ghana government is finding it difficult to breathe when it comes to relations with America at the moment. In fact, if we are not accepted these people, America was going to add that if you apply for American visa in Ghana, you are going to be asked to pay $15,000 bond. It's already happening in Malawi. Because they are, yes.
This is serious. Are you sure this is part of the agreement?
Oh, I'm telling you the reasons why we are accepting this. So they are doing all this thing to us because they want to put pressure on countries to accept the deportees. If you look at when we're added to 36 countries that are possible, they stated it there that the countries affected are refusing to accept deportees. So they are actually pushing us to accept the deportees. Other countries continue to resist. By looking at the relations with the US, if we have to go and beg for agua to be brought back and the tariffs issue, if our visa should be the restriction to 3 months of single entry. If we have to go and beg America to lift that restriction, we must do something in return for that. And therefore, we have to bow to the American pressure.
In America for more than 3 months.
And accept the deportees so that further sanctions that have been planned for countries that are refusing to accept does not come to us.
So you're saying the government is not being truthful?
I'm telling you that these are issues of public knowledge. The fact that we are not getting any money from America is public knowledge.
Yes.
The fact that visa restrictions for 3 months a single entry is public knowledge.
That's right.
The fact that 15% tax has been imposed on Ghana, Agua, is public knowledge. The fact that Ghana has been added to 36 countries that will suffer from the restrictions, because one of the reasons for that restriction is that we are not allowing America to deport people, is public knowledge. These are not things that anybody is conjuring from anywhere.
Okay.
So if you look at all these pressures that we are facing as a country with America, the government has no option but to accept the deportees so that we can go and renegotiate some of these issues. Because the money, by the law of America, the only person who can say, I'm overriding that law, give Ghana some money, is the president of America. Even Congress cannot override that law.
Yes.
So you need to do something to please them. And the president's policy is to make sure that people who have infringed on America's immigration are deported. That is Trump's agenda. So we need to do something to please the administration that we are cooperating with them. So then when we go back and say, please, for Agua, we think that your 15% tax will collapse our exporters, help us. Maybe next year they may consider. If we say, oh, yeah, we know we defaulted the payment of our debt, so you are blacklisted from any support, we think that next year, please, consider us because our economy, we are in problem. Maybe because we have accepted, the president may consider.
Okay.
If we say, oh, lift the visa restrictions, maybe because of this acceptance, the president may consider. So the truth is that we didn't offer any humanitarian support. We actually traded these people so that we can have some support from the U.S. Truth of the matter is that let's accept.
Okay.
The reasons government is giving all these things, first of all, it's needless. Because, you see, most diplomatic agreements, they are not public knowledge. So just tell us the issues that, look, we have asked the president. I think when the president said we have a bilateral agreement and the issue came up that there's no parliamentary approval, I think the biggest excuse Black White would have given was that, oh, we couldn't get it because Parliament is on recess. And then we are waiting for Parliament to resume. We go for approval. That would have solved the whole issue. But to go and be contradicting what the president has said is what is generating all this brouhaha.
Okay.
And we must understand that, you see,
right.
As I said earlier,
as you learned,
we are a small fry. We are a small fry. We can never resist America when they say this is what we want you to do. Because the repercussions will have serious impact on us. That look, our IMF bailout that we got in record time, less than 1 year, it is because America was supporting and pushing the IMF to support us. Without American support, our IMF bailout may have taken 2 years before we get it. We need to understand.
He's right, but I think that if Trump were to be the president, then I'm not sure we would have gotten to
no, you trade it for something. So see, let's understand that.
Okay.
In terms of
just
these issues,
in terms of
these issues,
yes.
Let's understand that countries have their laws. Their laws says if people infringe on their immigration laws, they will send them back to their country. And as at Tuesday, they said they have sent at least 2 million people have left America based on their law. 400,000 were deported. If you are deported, you committed a serious crime. The rest, if you do not commit serious, you will serve documentations from the court that based on this offense, ABCD, you have to leave America by this date. And they follow the process and leave. That way you're not deported. So as we are shouting, it's possible that many Ghanaians are even coming down. But they are not part of the deportation flight. So it's not an issue. But many people may have been self-documented and they may be coming down on their own. Those ones are all supposed to leave America. Let's build our country. Let's do the right things.
And stay here.
And look, we have all that it takes. If you look at everything, Africa doesn't need...
Even if you were to be rich like America, people will still migrate.
We'll still migrate. Yes.
No, yes. You realize
we need to go.
Trump said they needed immigrants from where? Australia, and Norway. And they replied him that they don't have anything better in America, so they will not come. Did you get
It's by choice. Migration is by
so
choice.
you must understand
Sometimes.
that.
All right.
We shouldn't make it look,
Sometimes
look fictish.
Thank you.
That by all means,
you,
always
Elvis.
accept it in here.
I will take Ibrahim's thoughts on this particular development right after this break. Stay with us.
Elvis. Sometimes.
All right, so thank you so much for staying on with us. This is the Breakfast Review segment with my senior colleagues in the industry having a conversation on on the raging issues. But Ibrahim, yes. you are the last to have the bite on this particular matter because, of course, you also report from Parliament. You were there.
It's true. I was there. In fact, I was there when the minority held this presser. Yeah. But before I touch on that, we have viewers, and many of them are actually in academia as well. So Wilson Dabu, who is a political scientist, is watching and he's wondering why African leaders will be championing reforms for UN when they have not done same for AU. They've not done same for ECOWAS.
The countries that have missed reform. You can't do it.
I see.
Thank you for this reminder.
Mr. Dabu,
My next point.
Mr. Dabu,
Strengthen the House of
I
Elders.
tell you, Mr. Dabu, but they are not mutually exclusive, right? So we can advance the advocacy for reset of UN, and then when we come to the continent, we advance it for AU. When we come to the sub-region, we advance it for ECOWAS.
For all you know, the truth of the matter is that a reformed UN will have a cascading effect on.
No, it's a lie.
No, but that is
That's the top bottom approach.
That's the top bottom approach.
You are not putting it in water. I'm going to fetch water to go and play the band.
The state of the UN makes it difficult for you to reform.
Okay, so back to.
Thank you for your contribution. Now you nailed the whole thing.
Back to the deportees. See, I think the conversation could have been much more tidier.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, and I made this point last week that I wondered why government will bring this heat on itself, right? But I've also seen the extract from the court, direct transcription of what transpired in the court. You see, and so that's why I'm careful in saying that Elvis, it's not just about people who are illegal. And laws of US have flagged them as such. And the laws are saying that send them away. It's not that straitjacket. There are many inhibitions, right? That's how come the US government, the Trump administration, is finding ways of circumventing the processes, right? We told that somebody, for instance, has been deported to the Gambia who was seeking for a refugee status.
Yeah.
And it's turning out that the court in the US were against that.
Yes.
Right? So the dynamics are quite interesting. See, it ought to have gone to Parliament. No two ways about that. They are not ifs, they are not buts. I've taken time to read the judgment that came from the Supreme Court relative to the GHOne 2. And it says, at the point, the judgment says, even if it's a note verbal means you and I, verbal agreement too, that, okay, I'm bringing Mr. A to your country, verbally. We've not signed anything. They say, even if that's the case, as long as it imposes obligation on the country, it must go to Parliament for either a resolution or ratification. And like I said last week, the NDC has numbers much more than they even require, right?
To ratify.
So, yes, I think before the 40, more than 40, he said, the minister said, before they come, let's do the needful.
Audi says they shouldn't come at all.
No, before they come.
I
If
said
they are to
they
come.
should not come.
If they are to come.
With what the president said there.
If they are to
I don't know
come.
any, they should not come.
Yes.
They will even come and will not hear.
If they are to come, let's do the needful. See, nothing stops one sovereign country from entering into agreement with another sovereign country and then seeing through the agreement. Nothing stops that. GHOne too, they are married here, they have a family, they've now become Ghanaians. Regardless of the fact that the opposition then resisted it tooth and nail, when the opposition came to power, it actually reinforced that agreement. And I'm talking about the NPP, reinforced that agreement. So Ghana and America,
2017.
Yes, it reinforced that agreement. So as for Ghana and America, yes, Trump has come to be a bit disruptive. We get that. But we cannot do without them.
Be careful what you say
That's
about
a
Trump on this platform.
We cannot do without
His
them.
rat man is sitting by.
Thank you.
Yes, I know.
Trump is someone who loves free speech. Say anything you like. He also reply you directly.
Yes. But he's clamping down on the media. He's clamping down on the media. And finally on this.
Right.
We've all been talking about how Africa should look within and what have you.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that we are missing from the president's speech. He talks about the fact that let the continent leverage on its resources.
Yes.
And he mentioned gold.
He mentioned it.
Yes,
Yeah,
he mentioned
right.
it. So he just didn't lament. The solution is to look within and to look to our natural resources. If we have leaders who will still be giving concessions to the foreigners, it's their own problem. But this is a wake-up call to all of us.
Interesting. Well, and I'm glad we've really exhausted this conversation. But one other conversation that is really picking shape now, and I know today's 26th. So we are expecting the fourth estate to come up with further revelations about NLA issues, funds, and then funds that are meant to be used to, take care of the poor and all of that. And Samir Oku has come out to basically debunk the claims made by the Fourth Estate, among others. And I'm starting this time around with you, Elvis, on this whole NLA issue. And Fourth Estate saying that, well, some funds went to some companies, some individuals, instead of going to the needy, as is enshrined in the NLA's, the laws that govern the NLA.
I'm not really taking time to look at the main concern. There am one person who has said that state institutions owe it a duty to support a lot of things in this country. I'm the one who has said that if a media house is doing something that is good, and it is doing something that actually is putting the country on a certain scale, the state needs to support. That's why diplomatic passports were given to certain people like Woody Mayanko, Rocky Dawuni. I'm like, somebody who has received Grammy nomination 2 or 3 times, if you give me a diplomatic passport, in fact, you haven't actually done anything. So for me, I am of the view that if state institutions are capable, they should be able to support a lot of good initiatives. And that is why, for me, some of the things that they've raised, I look at some of the things and I say, is it necessary? Example is Atamo's Institute. This is a president of Ghana that died as a sitting president. And there's a foundation that is making sure that we don't forget this man. And the foundation thinks that, they need support to be able to do an event or organize something. And they apply to state institutions for support. And NLA, the charity arm of NLA, give them some support. I think if the name of the institution is good causes, I think that supporting Atamo's foundation to do whatever they want to do, to me, it's a good cause. And I'll find it difficult for anybody to tell me that that's not a good cause. Okay? I've seen one that say Attorney General Department has been supported. We say Attorney General is a Minister for Justice and what? Minister for Justice. Yes. Who is he seeking justice for? Is it not for ordinary Ghanaians? And that justice is not supposed to be a good cause for all of us. Are there not issues that the Attorney General is called upon to intervene on behalf of people sometimes that we say they don't even have legal support? So if the Attorney General Department budgetary allocations and support are not forthcoming, and they deem it necessary to do something, and then they believe that since they don't have budgetary support, they will need to actually support, apply for support. And they apply, and Good Causes Foundation supports them. Don't forget that legal aid is under Attorney General. And what does legal aid do? Alternative dispute resolution. Yeah. Who do they support? So sometimes I believe that, yes, somebody will say, why finance an award scheme? That one, I may hold the same view that if somebody is holding his private award scheme and ask for support, I won't. But if Attorney General Department, which has the legal aid, which of institutions that support people who need legal services that they may not even be able to afford, and support the minister that should be doing justice for us. If they have issues of budgetary allocations, they don't have the money to be able to undertake certain activities, and they apply, and Good Causes Foundation supports them. I will not have an issue with why Good Causes support such institution. So for me, I think that it will be on a case-by-case basis. Okay. I will not lump all together and say everything that Fourth Estate has put out there, they have a case against each of them. Right. I will not do that. Okay. There are, as I said, the two I've mentioned for this, I believe genuinely that these two instances are not things I'll question. Because if I look at it in the greater sphere of states, I think that supporting such things are good. Okay. And you see, the Good Causes Foundation did not only support them, they've also done so many other things. But it's like we are the Fourth Estate, as a media person, that's what I'm likely to do, to look at where I think there are problems. Yeah. But it's also important also to give that organization also credit that they've also done certain positive things in other places. Right. I've not read Samir Oku's response, but I read a headline somewhere. He said that when he says that the publication also confuses NLA's marketing sponsorship with the work of the
Good
causes. And that's I've not looked at it. Because if NLA indeed, if there are some of the things they are about marketing sponsorship, and you talk about somebody painting themselves, it's a marketing event. If the money is not from the charity, but it's actually an NLA marketing event, and you think that somebody painting themselves, going to the football stadium or other places, is not worth it, then probably maybe your understanding of what marketing is in terms of lottery may be different, because the young people who go to the stadium and they are the one who play a lot of lottery. So if the NLA finds that going to the stadium, the football arena is where a lot of people who play their lottery are, and therefore if there are things that they can do to attract the attention of those people to their product, and they do it, if indeed those monies are coming from NLA marketing budget and not for the Good Causes Foundation, then I think it will also be justified. That's why I'm saying that I have not really taken time to look at one by one exactly what the effort is, and then compare Sami's response to that. And I wish, after I've not read Sami's, I wish Sami would have isolated that these ones were financed by the marketing budget, so that we can scrutinize those ones, whether these are really marketing activities, and then the ones that are financed by the charity, we can also look at it individually, so that we can then do the separation. And where there is a need to criticize, we criticize. See, we shouldn't run down the fourth estate in totality. What they've done is to draw attention to something. Probably it also inform the new management of NLC. Yes, these ones we think they are right, but we think these ones next time we will not do it. I think we should look at it from a comprehensive point of view. The condemnation should not be the case. Where there is a need, we will point it out. But when there's no need, then we look. Because when I saw about people painting their body, I asked myself, why will a charity go and pay people to paint themselves? But when I saw the headline, Sami Ogu said that some of the activities they are talking is about NLA marketing. The question, did the budget come from marketing? If it did, painting your body, it's not only NLA that has done that. Several companies who are marketing their products actually pay people to pay themselves on certain occasions because they believe that their clientele is in those places. So I think that we all have to look at the case-on-case basis. And then where there is a need to criticize, we will. Where we think that genuinely there's no criticism, we will not. It will reform the work of the NLA and the charity.
I have been trying to wrap my head around what this whole thing is about. The so-called scandal. What exactly is it about? Because NLA is the parent body. Without NLA, there will be nothing like Good Causes Foundation.
Of course. Actually, it's the money from NLA that.
So it's the money that is derived from the NLA that feeds Good Cause Foundation. Now I've seen a tall list of entities and individuals who are said to have received, and I've been asking.
Even the foundation, most of the money comes from the private lotto company. NLA, I think each of them is made to pay about 300,000 each year into the Good Causes Foundation to support the work. So it's not like even NLA's own money. It's the institution they regulate. In fact, that they tax to put money in there to do some of this things. So I think that some of this information helps.
Thank you for the clarification. So I've been asking, what exactly is the issue? Is it that in the name of a good cause, said I'm giving IB 10 cedis, and yet the money didn't get to IB? Or I assume that, yes, the money got to IB, but in my thinking, giving that money to IB is not a good cause. Who determines that? Who determines that? And that is why I said I've been trying to wrap my head around it. Yes, Fourth Estate, it's a media entity, like we all operate with it. But sometimes we need to exercise some caution and because we are very emotional society. So we throw some of these things in there, and then the propagandists latch onto it. They begin to do their propaganda, run with it, and then the rare issues are lost. Now, once you begin to do the propaganda, the next thing will be somebody must be punished. And like I keep on saying, when you go to the court, it's not about emotions. It's not about what figures you are putting out there. It's what facts you present to the court. And that is why sometimes most of these issues about corruption allegations end up nowhere, because you might have thrown out the figures. The hungry man on the street sees this. I gave IB 10,000. IB worked with EIB, a big media organizations. And then the way they are corrupt and stealing from society, that is what we feed the ordinary man on the street.
Money meant for the poor.
You understand? So, like Evie said, good causes. I know there are places they have sunk boreholes, built schools, and all that. And yet, a tall list. They said the Office of Chief of Staff received some 300
for preparation towards independence.
In preparation towards independence. And that is an issue. I would have loved it if
the money didn't go or somebody pocketed the money.
Then, but for you just to list, City FM received some 25,250
for heritage caravans.
Tourism.
How is that an issue?
Okay.
You understand? So maybe Fourth Estate. Now, as for the judgmental issues, or what I call the failings, that it's better for me to give the money to Joshua and not IB.
Down there, it's always good.
No one can determine that. In any case, they have not even told us, because yes, and as much as the Good Causes Foundation is a subset of the NLA. The foundation itself will have the legal regime that operationalizes it. With the figures they are throwing about, even if all were under money drawn from the good causes, have they violated any of their operational instruments? Then we can have a very meaningful discourse about this whole thing. But this penchant to throw out numbers, knowing that it excites the emotions of people, leaves us nowhere as a society. And that is why we have not been able. Just recently in Kumasi, the Auditor General's Department held a workshop and ended up blaming the media for not even understanding what their findings sometimes are, because you hear misappropriation and straight away we assume that amount of money has gone into somebody's pocket. I say yes, the Auditor General must do well, because we are all corporate. Anytime we hear the Auditor General's report has been released, you go in there and then you begin to serialize so and so 200 and something million, so and so misappropriated.
No, the Auditor General cannot make that. I was not on that workshop. Like I'll take
no, I'm coming. You understand?
One is making
because
we lump everything together.
Yes.
When you talk about misapplication, it doesn't mean the money is
one
not
of the last that they have
okay, that's what you mean. Okay, I get it.
You understand?
Now before they realize
so it is now dawning on them. And for me, it is better late than never, because I have had this argument right in this house that there are times people have been called to parliament and you realize that the very thing they were accused of, steps have been taken to remedy it, and yet we have carried it as money lost to the state. So we need to exercise restraint, especially when it comes to money and figures, because people are very emotive about that.
Right, Ibrahim. And I mean, one of the reasons I believe the Fourth Estate is doing this, because they feel that the money should have gone to orphanages, because they mentioned in their write-up that yes, it's part of that.
But that's
psychiatric hospitals are in deplorable states. Why are you supporting award schemes? And then I remember, for instance, when we read the part around Asamoah, it talks about the guy lives in a $3 million mansion, and you are supporting him.
He got the money for fufu.
Well, let's Ibrahim.
So quite interesting. But you see, it's a good conversation.
But I also question Asamoah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically our question is.
Okay. Maybe. Okay. So was it meant for him personally?
Or something.
Yeah, memoir.
Memoir. And
the man sponsorship for when he was writing his memoir.
Yeah, the man has.
Okay.
And he received 50,000 Ghana cedis.
Yeah, 50,000 for the launch of the
can't afford that. He plays for Black Stars.
So you see, the fundamental question is, what is good causes?
Are you saying?
But then let's
yes. Is holding the public event, and there's the need to donate. Yes. You think you send it, he'll tell you because I am despite I won't take it.
No, why are you sending it?
No.
That's the question.
This is not about donation.
Cliff.
Memoir is a Samoa's personal project.
Yes, but
and for me, If it's a minister of sports,
Elvis.
that says maybe somebody are not willing to write a memoir, but they think that the cost is a sport.
So you are saying if you are asking
if.
you are asking
Yeah.
if. It means you don't know the full facts.
Ibrahim,
You don't know the full facts. Yes.
I get you.
He doesn't have full facts.
I get you. See, so it's a good conversation. And it's a good conversation because it's a learning curve for everything that is either good or bad with corporate governance.
True.
Right? NLA is not the only government entity that deals with money, makes money, and offers sponsorship. I'm very sure that after we are done with NLA, GMPC will follow, and many others, because even here, and I'm talking about on this platform and in media space, we've had conversations about GMPC Foundation and the kind of sponsorship that it offers. Tree planting, festival celebration. So don't treat this as an NLA story. No. All the government entities, they do it.
No, the revenue generating ones.
Once they do it, from NPA to GMPC to BOST,
all of them.
Even some at the point
Ghana
they're
Gas.
struggling towards Ghana Gas, they do it. So the conversation we are having should not be isolated and linked to directly NLA.
Then we should request why Ghana Gas is building sports fans. They are to gas. Why are they building hospitals?
I mean, even in the Fortescue report, it talks about hospitals being built in Samuel Uku's constituency.
Go. So the question that should be asked, and the question that I'm asking is, and I've read extensively the explanation from Samuel Uku, and in fact, that's why this conversation is very important, because we've heard the claims from Fourth Estate, we've also heard the response from Samuel Uku. He talks about the fact that, yes, 95%, right, of the courses that were undertaken were according to the orphan syndrome that we're all talking about, the needy, the people.
95% of them went to those areas. So
Yes.
what the professor said, about 5% of all their work.
Yes.
That's where I also have a question, because they talk about the corporate sponsorship of the NLA. Now, the NLA is allowed to advertise, and they do advertising.
Of course,
right?
they do.
Even on this platform,
They do.
NLA advertises. Because they need to attract many more people to invest in what they are doing. Good. So if there's an award ceremony and NLA says, we want to sponsor, to project our brand and our name, nothing wrong with that. But the question is, what else is that? Where did that money come from? Now, if you look at the law that establishes the foundation, what does it say? Does it relate to only attending to women in destitute, in need, children, orphans, or it gives the managers the discretion to do other things in addition? If it does, then this story, we need not even give it oxygen. If it does.
If there's an option, because I wouldn't say that, it's an other.
If it does, then we can then talk about, okay, so for instance, a media house is undertaking a project, right? NLA has sunk in 250,000 Ghana cedis over 2 years, so double it.
The marketing response in terms of, NLA is a sponsor of this project.
Exactly. That is for the marketing. The point I will make is that, you see, moving forward, there must be equity in that. Because 250,000 there, 250,000 here, 250,000 somewhere. You see, they must learn and there must be equity.
As you are rightly said, they see a caravan that is storing the whole of Ghana.
Yes.
And they feel that probably even if you put a small brandy on the bag, because it is traveling throughout the whole Ghana, and they are always covering what they are doing. Probably, you see, that's what I'm saying. If that money came from the marketing,
and that's why that clarity needs to come.
That's
so we
what I'm
know
saying.
which ones exactly where monies from the marketing department and then which ones are from the good causes. Then we can have a conversation.
Yes. So the general conversation, and regardless of whether this explanation comes or not, lessons that we need to all draw from this is that when you are managing an entity, and it goes to all the managers of government entities, the optics matter. Yes, we all know patronage. You see, what is at the bottom of this is political patronage. As much as possible, avoid it. So now individual names are coming and people are reading meanings and linking, you got it because of this, you got it because of that, you got it because of that. That's political patronage. as much as possible, let's slow down on that.
Okay.
That's my
How do?
Yes.
You have the final bite on that.
Yes, I have a lot of respect for Fourth Estate.
Yeah.
They've done so great jobs in this country. On this matter, when I saw the story, I thought a major scandal. I thought that some money has been chopped. Yeah. I think that somebody has squandered our money. But when I went through their report and all that, it's about sponsorship to people they believe were not deserving of receiving. And I look at the issues. I look at the recipients. For instance, Elvis mentioned at our Mills Institute. That money, I think it was at 50,000.
Yeah.
Actually, when I found out, the money was used in building granny, what do you call this? Granny mill?
Granny mill.
In the eastern region somewhere, with the inscription in his name. Okay. And the people there, they
so
travel.
The people there,
yes,
people there are enjoying
They travel miles to
grind
their, but it was given to them. They identified it. At a Mills Institute, identified the area, and they went and said that, look, there are poor people here who travel miles, kilometers to grind their maize and corn and all that. So let's do this for them in the name of Professor, former president,
the
institute. So that's it. You said that former first lady received some money. If you look at the money went to the Kolebu thing he's been doing, the children.
That is a charity.
Exactly. You look at you mentioned city. They do heritage. They move across the country, and this is part of, we are talking about these people who sell their products. Yeah. And this is a project that is well received by many Ghanaians, including those who stake lotto. Yes. And if you have NLA staker or something on the bus moving around, are you not marketing the institution? People say it's a private city, you were doing a private thing, why would you pump money? But why? NLA is also doing business, it's also marketing. So it's a part of it. If you look at individual recipients and donations, there's a reason. The person money would have gone to somebody or else, but the person did not use the money to chop fufu or banku. They use it for a project that probably benefited the poor that we are all talking about. You look at the organization of events. Again, it's about marketing. Somebody is in awards, and these awards are patronized by young people who stake lotto, who do cha-cha. Yeah. Me, I don't stake lotto. Yeah. They are patronized by people who do this, and so they are marketing.
But Audu, isn't that
you're also talking about marketing budget?
Whether it's marketing budget,
it doesn't. For me, it doesn't matter. Look,
because
the whole law
has a mandate.
For me, it doesn't matter.
No. So the foundation, for instance, like as I said, if Professor had contacted at a Mensah Institute,
yes,
and they told them that it's not even for anything, we went to put up a corn mill,
yes,
for a village somewhere,
yes,
for people who were working for a longer distance to be able to go and grind,
yes. Poor people.
And will this explanation go down well? They will say that still they don't deserve it.
I think that one will go down.
No, but you are talking of the marketing. The awards.
So for me, the most important
it is my turn. When you were all talking, I kept quiet.
Okay, continue.
When you were all talking, I kept quiet. So
true.
I like that.
There's no much time.
Yeah.
So about these awards that you are talking about, it's also about marketing. You are talking of marketing budget from NLA. You think good cause is subset of NLA? It is when NLA gets money that good causes will thrive. Is it not a fact? So that if NLA, if the parent body is doing things that will attract money, bring money, it's a good cause for the company. And by the way, the act itself, the NLA Act talks about the orphanage, the poor, the destitute, and other things that they deem to be good causes. So we should look at each recipient on its merit and see that did they collect the money to actually undertake a good cause. Right. That's what we should be looking at. But as I said, Fourth Estate has brought their issues out, and the former NLA boss has responded. I saw yesterday on my good brother's social media or Facebook, Suleiman Ibrahim said they have more. They will be coming out to more. We are expecting more to come from them. But we also analyze the issues when they bring them up. It is very important. It is very important that we look at the issues and look, it's all about ensuring that our monies are spent judiciously for good causes. And the explanation given by former director Sami Oku, I think we should look at that explanation well to see that about 95% of what they did actually went to the the vulnerable that we are talking about, just 5%, and even the 5% for marketing purposes. So we should not, I was looking at, was there a scandal, the money, somebody spent the money, somebody looted the, I look at the report, it is not like that at all.
Right.
So we should.
And let me just add this perspective. See, CSR is done basically to position an institution as a good corporate.
Yes.
And you are positioning the company as a good corporate so that it will attract whatever participation you expect. So you see, assuming that NLA, by its own revenue, has no money to do marketing, but because by law they tax the lotto companies to put money directly to the charity has money, and then they decide to take 5% of that money to do things that will position NLA as a good corporate. I believe strongly that it's the way you look at it. Because if NLA is broke, I remember when Samir who went to NLA. NLA was has a debt that even wins could not be paid. So at that time, the company was even broke. He had to go for about 3 years before they were able to clear the debt. So if it happens that NLA actually doesn't have money to do marketing, but the money that's going to the charity is not an NLA money. It is money that's coming from lotto companies. So they pay that, and they feel that, the charity arm is supposed to position NLA as a good corporate. We don't have money to market, but we believe that we can use part of that money in the charity to do things that will position NLA as a good corporate. I'm not sure that if we are questioning that, we will be right. Because the NLA is a business.
Right.
And therefore, whatever they need to do for make sure that their business thrives is what they will do. And therefore, if the company itself has no marketing budget, but then the foundation has money, and part of it can be used to do things that can project the company.
Yeah, that's what
it can also be so. We have to look at it from different perspectives.
We need to go. But then I want to give you 30 seconds each. MPP has
let them all give that time to me.
Yes, MP has vetted the 5.
It's given to you.
So you see,
they have all given it
to you. Ibrahim and Audu on this. You see, you also give Audu. So you have 1 minute.
Okay. So all of them.
It's 2 minutes now.
That has to be 2 minutes.
1 minute.
Okay, no problem. You see, the vetting is done.
Yes.
And the competition now, I don't know. The results haven't come. Balloting will be done. Nobody will be disqualified. But you see, this competition.
But those who can't pay the money cannot contest. The 4 million can disqualify people.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because I understand one person has not been able to pay the he's complaining that should not happen. But you see, this contest will be about, I pray that nobody is disqualified. 5 people. I look at the campaign messages of the people, and I think that it is crucial that that almost all, with the exception of one person, all their target is one candidate, and it's obvious. All of them, their target is the former vice president.
Dr. Bauer.
Because he is seen as somebody who has been there before, and the fortunes of MPP in the 2024 election, some are claiming that it is his failures that led to that. So they are doing all manner of things to take him out. It's understandable, but it should be decent, and it should also be factual. Some of these things that they say. For instance, I hear people say that, look, they have the capacity to create jobs for the youth of this country, and therefore they should be voted for. And I ask a simple, because they have businesses, they have companies and all that. And I have a simple question. President Rawlings, as for him, we can excuse him because he came and took power forcefully from us for 11 years, and then 8 years we voted for him. He didn't have any companies. President Kufuor, I didn't know the companies that he had. Ghanaians voted for him after the second attempt. He provided, I will say Professor Kufuor did not create jobs for this country because he didn't have companies. We voted for, what's the name? Professor Mills. He was law lecturer. Everybody attests to his brilliance in terms of law and all that. He lectured so many people. I didn't know the companies that he had. He came to Ghana. He became president, voted after a third attempt. He created jobs. Didn't you? Are we saying he didn't create jobs for us? President Akufo-Addo. President Mahama himself, when he became president, how many, do you know any companies he has? President Mahama?
No, I just know that now he started farming.
Yeah, now he's a farmer.
Yes. As for farming, we're all going to farming.
We have to.
So that is it. And we have to that President Akufo-Addo. I don't know the companies. Are we saying all these people did not create employment for Ghanaians. Being a private businessman or having companies, that's not necessarily mean that you become a good president to create jobs.
Right.
When you are a private person, look, you don't have parliamentary approval, so when you have private person, there are systems that you work. Private person is an autocrat that you can do anything to do it. But when you become a president, you are working with systems. So you have a discipline to work with systems that will create the jobs.
Right.
So we should be looking at capabilities of people. And then, and therefore, people should not look like, oh, this person has done it in the private sector, give it to him. Are we saying that all the people who have become presidents of Ghana, including our own our founding president, Nkrumah, he didn't do anything for this country.
Right.
And last, because they have all ceded their time
But if I exhausted
and
the
last
2
one,
minutes.
and last one,
Okay.
about this. There's also this attack on former president that because he conceded early, that's why MPP lost many of the seats. That's the most idiotic comment I've heard. Look, are you saying that I have heard that and I was so it didn't make sense to me.
Right.
What time did former vice president concede? Sunday around 9 a.m. If you're a parliamentary candidate and elections are conducted 7 p.m. and they've ended, maybe hopefully by 8 p.m., everything's done. And 24 hours you have not been able to collate your results. And you think that the declaration of concession of former president that has made you lose your parliamentary results, doesn't make sense to anybody.
Right.
Because if you are any candidate, parliamentary candidate, wait your thought. Within 5-6 hours, you should be able to have your results.
Absolutely.
Especially when some of the results have come and the MPP candidates have lost by over 10,000 and the rest. How can you say that early concession made people to lose their parliamentary seats?
Audu, thank you. Audu Mahama is managing editor of The Custodian. Cliff Ekufo is chief reporter at the New Times Corporation. And we also do have Elvis Darko, managing editor of the News Center. And then Ibrahim Al-Hassan, who is head of current affairs here at the EIB network. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. Do have a lovely weekend. We'll be right back after this. now. And I'm sure yesterday we started a conversation on, family planning and other issues as well. Today, we're going to get deeper into the conversation as we bring you Health Alert. All right, so I don't know why Brady is excited in the studio like that, but we are talking about contraceptives today on the show, and I have a medical officer from Maristopes, Ghana, and Maristopes International, but she's with the Reproductive Choices Ghana, Dr. Kia Jenima Mills Danso. Doc, good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you're doing well.
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
How about you?
I'm okay.
Great.
Yes, it's a weekend, so we are getting into the weekend vibe. And like I said, even off air, that once you're going into the weekend, we're going to make a lot of choices.
Yes.
Some very irresponsible ones, among others. But let's talk about Maristopes International. What do you do?
Okay, so Maristopes International is also known as MSI Reproductive Health Choices, and it's an organization that started in London in 1925, but in Ghana we started in 2006, and we are more focused on total women's health from menarche to menopause. By menarche, what I mean is from the time a woman begins to menstruate. But that notwithstanding, even if you are not menstruating yet, we are still there for you. We have 8 centers across Ghana, 6 in Accra, and then 2 in other regions. So we have Kumasi and then Takoradi.
Interesting. And for 19 years, you've been championing this cause.
Yes, please.
How's the journey been? Basically looking at how we are receptive towards reproductive health and then getting these choices.
Okay, so it's been good so far, but we can still do more. And that is why this year we are championing the World Contraceptive Day, because we want to break away from certain societal norms and then make people confident and also contraception accessible to everyone, regardless of your background.
And I know what contraceptives are. I doubt if Brady knows. So what would be your explanation to what really are contraceptives?
Okay, so contraception or contraceptives in simple terms is equal to birth control.
Okay.
Yes. So birth control simply means that using methods, procedures, and even sometimes behaviors to prevent pregnancy. Yes, so that is basically it.
So behaviors, methods, procedures, and if you can elaborate on the behavioral aspect for me.
Okay, so before we get to the behavioral aspect, there are certain types of contraception. We have various methods of contraception. Okay, we have traditional methods or the natural methods, and then we have the scientific methods, or the modern methods. So for the more reversible, and they're also known as sterilization. So we have the bilateral tubal ligation for women, and then vasectomies for men. And talking about behavioral, so that falls under the traditional or the natural method. So we have coitus interruptus, is behavioral. For people out there who may not know what coitus interruptus is, the simple term is pull out. I think we all know that. Yes. Right. And also we have the breastfeeding, and also we have the calendar method. So those are the natural or traditional methods.
Now let's talk about the scientific ones, because that's where there are a lot of myths. People have various ideas about these ones. Sometimes it's even religious, spiritual people are talking about all of that. But what are the barriers to the uptake of these scientific methods from your experience here?
Yes, so from my experience, like you rightly said, the barriers are social or societal norms or ideas that have been imprinted in us way back, and we do not want to break away from. And also there's stigmatization when it comes to family planning. Also, there are a lot of misconceptions or myths surrounding family planning or contraception, and all those are barriers in that regard.
That affects people's uptake.
Exactly.
But what are the options available? You mentioned that we have short term, medium term, the long term, and all of those things. But then, in terms of the some have said, basically, that these ones have consequences. And so when you use these ones, sometimes when you are ready to have children, it becomes a problem because you would have stopped the natural flow of how your body should function.
Okay, so that's a myth.
Okay.
Because family planning or contraception does not cause infertility. So for all the methods, except the permanent ones, for all the other methods, fertility returns once you stop the contraception.
So it's not true?
No, it's not true.
That once you're on contraceptives, you are hindering yourself.
No,
when
please.
you are done, you don't have babies.
No, that is not true. Whenever you are ready to have babies, or whenever you intend or plan to have babies, you can simply take them off and then your fertility has returned.
Right. Are there side effects to these things?
Yes, please. There are side effects, but also the side effects are different from person to person.
Okay.
So I hear a lot of people say that because I did maybe, let's say I used the injectable and I gained weight over the period, they'll tell their friends that don't go for family planning because it makes you gain weight. Different people react differently. So the fact that person A has done an injectable and has gained weight doesn't mean that you would also gain weight. You can do the same injectable, but your side effects would be weight loss, or acne, or dizziness, headache, something of that sort. So there are side effects to these things, but the side effects vary from person to person. And that is why there's a wide range of methods. So if method A doesn't work for you, there are other available options that you can try. You just need to talk to your healthcare provider.
And that's where I want to come to, talking to a healthcare provider. How accessible are these? And when people come, what should they expect?
Okay, so I think now family planning is available everywhere in all hospitals. Yes, but for Marie Stopes, that is our specialty. So when you come, you can be rest assured that there will be confidentiality, and also we do not judge. We are non-judgmental, so we can build your confidence to take up any method that you want.
How important is that? The fact that how important is it for people to seek knowledge before going in? Because usually what happens is that someone tells a friend, oh, I use this, it worked for me. And so, okay, then I can just go ahead and get to use it also.
No, so family planning, okay, so the other methods that we have except condoms, condoms are available in every pharmacy.
That's otherwise universal.
Yes, and the pills, they are also universal. But the other methods, you cannot just walk into a pharmacy and then get them. So even though you may have pre-knowledge about certain methods, when you walk into any healthcare facility, or for instance, when you walk into Marie Stopes, would counsel you and then would help you to make an informed choice for your life.
Talking about the pills, I hear some people take it now like like vitamins. Like people are abusing it. How should pills be taken? And this is not giving prescription, but then in terms of the duration, maybe once a month, twice a month, because people take it like every day.
Okay, so for the pills, we have the everyday pills.
Okay.
Yeah, so those, if you opt for that method, you are going to be on it every day. You just have to remember to take it at the same time every day. And if you miss a dose, don't worry. You just, whenever you remember to take it, just take the dose.
Okay.
But do not repeat the dose, because you missed yesterday's
So
dose.
you take two
today. No, it doesn't work like that. But if you have any concerns, you can always contact your healthcare provider.
What about the morning after pill?
The morning after pills is not supposed to be taken every day.
Tell them.
They are emergency contraceptives for a reason. Yes, so emergency. So just in case you have sex, unprotected sex, then you can just take an emergency contraceptive. But that one is not even supposed to be taken more than 3 times a year.
You're kidding.
I'm serious.
So
if you know that you are going to be having indiscriminate sex or irresponsible sex in quotes, then it is expedient for you to seek a longer acting method, a reversible method, or even a short-term method, like maybe use of condoms or
Doc, but that's the problem. That's where the issue is, because some want to eat their bananas without without pills, and so they have to without the peels, so they have to take the pills in the end, and so we get some people taking it as much as I'm talking about the emergency pills, like 3-4 times in a week.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Well, are there some dangers in doing so?
Yes, so those pills are hormonal. So one of the dangers that it exposes you to certain cancers, such as breast cancer. Yes, so that's the danger in that. You're not supposed to take it more than 3 times a year. So if you know that you have a lot of sex, just opt for a longer acting method, and then you're good to go.
Wow.
Yeah. Or make condoms your friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always have condoms wherever you go.
Or you can abstain.
That's.
Or you can abstain. But then it's expedient that we get this tried knowledge that you cannot take pills for more than 3 times in a year for 12 months. So quarterly. Worst case scenario, once every quarter. And so those of you who are abusing it, please. Then you see, the problem is that when they abuse it, then they now blame the pills. Meanwhile, we are the ones not using them the way they ought to be used. And so where can people come if they want to get this kind of knowledge to be able to know how to plan properly so that they can have children by choice and not by chance?
Yes. So like I mentioned earlier, we have 6 centers in Accra. We have Kaswa. We have...
you have one in Kaswa?
Oh, yes.
My director is excited.
He lives at Kaswa.
He lives in Kaswa.
Okay, great. So we have one in Kaswa. We have Kokomlemle. We have Ashaman. We have Tema Newtown. We have Dansoman. And then we have our premier center at Tesano.
Right.
Yes.
So what would you say to the people of Ghana about contraceptives as we draw the curtains on the conversation?
Okay, so the theme for this year's World Contraception Day is breaking barriers, building bridges, contraceptive care for all. And so the aim is to break away from certain societal norms and then make contraceptives easily accessible to everyone.
Absolutely. Yeah. Doc, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
You should come again.
Yes, I will definitely come again.
So people can make informed choices. That's Doc here helping us with that conversation. We have more for you right after this break. All right, so thank you so much for staying on with us. We're still talking health because, it's said that your health is basically your wealth. And I've been joined by three wonderful people who'll be talking about what they're doing, what they've done, and also get to understanding exactly their mission and mandate. I have with me here Justin Fimbo. He is Chief Nursing Officer. I have Nana Abnajimfua Bebio, who is CEO and founder of Elevate Health Watch and Healthy Futures Ghana. And then Daniel Akakpo, Public Health Specialist. He is Director of Strategy and Partnership at Elevate Health Watch. Gentlemen and lady, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, Nana, so talk to me. Let me start with you, basically about what you are about, Elevate Health Watch and then Healthy Futures.
Thank you very much for having us here today. So, Elevate Health Watch is very about empowering better health. We focus on underserved communities where we know that access to basic care is a huge problem because of cost, distance. So what we want to do is to bring care closer to communities to ensure that they can access basic care. When we look around us as well, globally, non-communicable diseases are on the rise. 1 in 4 individuals have hypertension and some don't even know it. So what we want to do is to promote early screening. It's all about preventative care. So through early screening, you get early diagnosis, early treatment, and we want to bridge that gap. Because when you look at the unscreened and undiagnosed, which we found during our outreach, there's quite a high number of that. So we want to bridge that gap, and that's what Elevate Health Watch is all about. It's about empowering better health, anywhere, anytime.
And how long have you been in existence?
Good question. So we're a startup, so we've just started. So coming here to Ghana and actually delivering on this, phenomenal outreach program is our first time. And I'll proudly say that we actually screened over 600 participants in 2 days.
Wow.
In Brekoso Community Clinic and the Ogwadaka as well. So it's been a real good experience for us, actually.
Interesting. And Daniel, she talks about NCDs and then how we are having people who have not been diagnosed, we've not screened people, and so people are living with conditions they are not even aware that they're having this condition. How is it looking like in terms of how we're looking at it as a country?
Well, first, globally, NCDs, as Nana said, are on the rise. To be honest, the top 5 are what I call the CCCD, which is the cardiovascular, diseases or conditions. Then you have the cancers come second, then the chronic respiratory diseases, and then finally we have the diabetes. In fact, mental health has made it to the top 5, which is massive. It is very similar to the picture we see here in Ghana. Very, very powerful. And so I think the picture isn't that different, and therefore the attention is about prevention. How do we prevent? How do we make sure that the risk factors that are predisposing people to getting these conditions are reduced? If we miss it, we're missing it. That's why screening, Elevate is targeting screening. Nana talked about the cost. People aren't accessing health services because of cost. What can we do? Instead of waiting for people to come to us, we take the service to them in a format that's culturally appropriate, culturally sensitive, and can deal with the issues. So that's what Elevate is about.
Interesting. But in terms of the screening and getting to realize people coming, about 600 people, you say, in 2 days. Congratulations on that, because people don't really come out much.
I know.
So how did that go?
Great work. I mean, to be honest, Nana's been doing a lot of work behind the scenes. Partnership is a key to ensuring that the message reaches the people that need it most. And so initially we had to make contacts with partners that share similar vision with us, that kind of buy into our mission. And we're really, really lucky, Nana, to have the Equap himself, a municipality, the director of that health services, to partner with us. So that was, for me, the entry point. Once you get the gatekeeper, then you're almost there. So from there, she also decentralized the whole thing to the chiefs, to the assemblymen, and all the key people. In fact, churches, we did one of the services in a local church. So you can imagine there's serious contact right there in the local community. And for me, I think that's what did the trick, having almost 600 people plus. And we understood that there were more people coming. And we kind of like... Exactly. So this is very, very positive, to be honest. And Nana has promised that we will come again.
We will.
Okay.
Can I just add quickly as well to Daniel's point around the partnership? So Rotary Club, Aquarium Road Central, they're one of our partners. in this health screening program.
Okay.
And we worked together with them because they had previously built the community centre for the Brekusu local team.
Yeah.
And so when we had the conversation initially, they said, you know what, Nana, we've actually built this, and it would be great to go back and do the free health screening for the community. So it worked really well. And the introduction as well to the Krepim South Municipal Ghana Health Service Directorate also really helped. So I think what I want to stress here is that partnerships and collaborations are really important. It's integral to the success of these health screening programs. So I'll definitely encourage more organizations to get involved. And as Daniel has said, it's really powerful when we come together as a community, because what we saw in Brekusu and Obwadaka was amazing. We had the local chiefs come to actually greet us and welcome us because they felt heard, seen and loved, and we showed our love through the engagement, the education, making sure that everyone was listened to. We actually talked to each participant to hear their condition, to ensure that they got the right treatment, because access to basic care is challenging in underserved communities.
Can I add, if you don't mind?
Right.
There's one thing to screen and another thing to meet the needs of people on the spot.
On the spot, yeah.
And that's what we took to the people. So we screened them, we took the data, but we didn't go away with the data just like that. We made sure the people who came to the site were treated. So we gave medications, we had consultants who were looking into exploring their conditions further. That's for me unique. Really making sure that, and it isn't just that, we give them free equipment.
We gave them. So we donated, yes. So I think what's important with health screening programs is the sustainability. It's really important.
And it's what I'll come to shortly. But let me find out from you, Justin, your experience with the health screening as well. Because, when Daniel was talking about the statistics, he mentions that what is happening globally is not different from what is happening in Ghana. What was your experience like?
Yeah, we were really, really just so pleased with the engagement from the community, and the attendance was absolutely incredible. And moving forward, I think it kind of guides what we're going to be doing next. So we're really going to be trying to increase that reach into other communities to expand that point of care testing. I think something else that's really important that we saw in the past couple of days is the importance of mental health and well-being as well. Alongside people's physical health conditions, it's about really shining more focus on the importance of people living well and maintaining positive mental health. And one of the big impacts that I think this program had, and on top of those 600 people screened for non-communicable diseases, we saw 60 mothers screened, so 60 pregnant mothers screened, and the impact that has on their health and well-being and the health and well-being of the future is really, really key.
Interesting.
Can I add to Justin's point? Because I think what we demonstrated here again is we brought care to them, because some of the women, when we spoke to them, they said that the cost of transport to get to where they needed to do the scans was more expensive than actually the scan itself. So being able to have the scans offered within their community was powerful. And, our team, Dr. Adesambo, did a fantastic job to screen each and every pregnant woman that attended the clinic, 60 in total we screened, and they could get treatment as well. We picked up some mothers who had anemia, and so we were able to diagnose and treat. So I think that was the power of what we did.
And that brings me to the question on sustainability, because it's not just I know that it's good that we go into the communities and then we provide the help they need, but then after that, what happens?
So as part of our project, we wanted to ensure that sustainability of all the hard work that we've done together with the local teams could be replicated and implemented without us. So we donated the ultrasound scanner machine to support the ANC clinic, the antenatal clinic, so they're equipped with that. We also donated point-of-care testing kits that we use. We use state-of-the-art testing kits that allowed us to diagnose on the spot, so we got immediate results. So we've donated those equipment as well. We donated blood pressure machines, stethoscopes, but also what's important is we've established partnership with GHOne Pharmaceutical, so they provided us with free medication. And again, we want to ensure that private organization can support as part of their social impact to these screening programs, so that there's that sustainability and continuity as well. And the last bit of the sustainability of what we did was the capacity building. So we worked on day one to train the local health clinicians on our experiences that we've had internationally in the UK, the US, and Nigeria as well. But we also listened to what they were doing locally as well. And then we worked together to look at the opportunities of what best practice models they could implement. It was really powerful, wasn't it? So it's about capacity building. It's about ensuring that they have access to the right tools to ensure that the work that we've implemented is sustainable. And so that's what Elevate is about as well.
Right. And Daniel?
Two things to add, and I think that is just spot on with what we did. But two more things. I think the mentoring and the mentorship, where the district leads and individuals who've done screening before, but they did in a particular way. We had a focus group discussion during the training session to listen to them, as Nana was talking about. But during the implementation itself, we had people sitting next to us. So literally sitting to those individuals we brought from the US, from the UK, from Nigeria, who are consultants. These guys have been doing this for years, sitting alongside with us and working together. In fact, I think the last place we went to, Boadaka, we had to finish early because we had to travel back to Accra. But they had developed so much capacity that they took over. And they were able to run the session even in our absence. And I think, for me, that is fantastic. So that's number one. And number two, it's also the knowledge share, the knowledge transfer. And I know Justin is very passionate about that. Finishing off at Kolebu, holding a session where, clinicians, nurses, everyone was in the room, and that we can impart knowledge and share what we know, good practice, what works in the UK, what works in the US, across bringing that down to home, and also being able to see how we can work together to reduce those prevalence or incidence of incidents.
And Justin, in terms of the knowledge sharing, were there gaps you identified?
I think what we saw was there are environments that have low resources, but also the distribution of those resources is something that we probably need to look at. But actually the partnerships with Kolebu as a teaching hospital moving forward, I think what we've seen is there's real desire and momentum ready to mobilise. And I think when we come back next year, I think we're going to see many more people involved. And with the teaching and the support that we're going to be able to provide and the mentorship of people, I think that's how we're going to be able to achieve that lasting impact.
I think one of the training sessions we had was around emergency preparedness.
Okay.
And they found that really useful, didn't they? Actually talking about it in real life. We used COVID as an example to say, okay, what were some of the learnings from COVID-19? How can we do better in the future? What are some of the opportunities? What are some of the learnings? And it was quite invigorating, just hearing them share some of their frustrations. And they were very similar to the frustrations that we had in the UK as well. So I think it was a very powerful session. So what we aim to do, as Justin said, is to put together some more tailored package training sessions that we can roll out nationally as well. So that's the plan. So I'd let Justin talk about the future.
Right. And Justin, what should we be looking forward to from the Elevate and all that you've already started doing?
Yes, I think one of the examples that really speaks to the mission of Elevate is the work that we're going to be doing in maternal health and wellbeing.
Okay.
So we'll be returning to Ghana. We'll be working with Kolebu Teaching Hospital to deliver simulation teaching programs out in the community. We're also then going to be providing life-saving equipment. So those ultrasound scanners that Nana spoke about, we'll be providing more of them, but importantly, we're going to be providing the training that goes along with them. And then we're going to be following up afterwards and making sure that people have that mentorship. And what we hope to do is essentially improve the health of the population with non-communicable disease.
It looks like a very well thought out, comprehensive project you're embarking on.
You should have been there. I mean, like, if I had a helicopter view of how the setup, we transformed a church into a mini outpatient department. We had the diagnostic team doing point of care, table here, we had vitals, we had medicals, we had mental health, we had the eye testing. So as you walk through, it was seamless. So each patient went through each pathway. So we created that. And I think that's the learning that the local team saw in terms of how they run or should run or could potentially run their outpatient clinics in the future. And this is something that we use in the UK, which we wanted to share as well.
Okay.
Wow. MECC, that was one of our models we use. MECC is making every contact count.
Okay.
So whether you're a child, whether you're middle-aged, whether you're an elderly, we made sure that no one turned back or was turned back or turned away. And that people came with all kinds of stories, all kinds of conditions, but we set up the system in a way that looked after everyone.
Right.
That was one key thing that we've the legacy we've left with the team way back there, that they should, in future modeling, they should set up systems such that people don't come in and then they tell them, oh, we don't go away. Whichever, even when some of our test kits got run out, we still saw everyone that walked in. We still make sure that we were seeing people. So that's the one learning. The other learning as well is that we kind of adapted the preventative care model. And so, yes, screening, but also we know, to be honest, let me just say this. So globally, people are living averagely 73 years now, globally. But it's not about living longer anymore, because we know people are living longer, but they are not living healthy lives. In other words, they are living with conditions we call, life expectancy 73, but healthy life expectancy is 63 years. But if you look at that gap, it's 10 years different. So we believe that if you can focus on preventative structures, looking at things that make people ill, then we are on the right path. And that's what Elevate is pushing for.
I love the passion with which you all address the issues. It looks like there's something you're really passionate about, and we're glad to see the work you're doing. And we're also here to support in our way. The next time you have to take me, so that I get to be there.
You're on board already. You're on board already.
See it in action and get to experience the joy on the face of the people that your services are impacting as well. But guys, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Nana, Daniel, and Justin. On the next screen, I'll be a part of it. All right, so that's it for the health-led conversation. Let's enjoy some spot of music. We'll be right back with more interviews right here on the show. For staying on with us here on the show. Our next conversation is centering around the Flower and Garden Fair. And for those of you who don't know about it, well, where have you been? But let's get into the conversation with the Marketing Communications Manager, Strategic Communications Africa Limited, Samuel Atuafo. Mr. Atuafo, welcome.
Thank you.
I hope you're doing well.
By grace. Yourself.
I'm okay. I mean, it's nice seeing you.
Your laughter is so mischievous.
Very suspicious.
I swear.
I mean, when it comes to communications, I mean, you can't talk about communications in Ghana without mentioning your name. And so it's exciting.
I didn't know that. Oh.
You didn't know?
I never knew that.
So
I never walk out.
But talk to me about this wonderful fair upcoming. Really, what's the background to it?
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity, and of course, good morning to your viewers. You know, it's interesting to be back here. It's been a long time I came here. Mm-hmm. Well, it's about the Ghana Garden and Flower Show, which is actually ongoing. Okay. It's a 9-day exhibition at the A4 Sutherland Children's Park, just a few meters from here. So we're doing 9 days of exhibition. We're exhibiting flowers, gardens, plants, flower pots, people who do landscaping. I mean, the Registrar General's Department is there to teach people that, you know, people come actually, this is the 13th edition. We've been doing it for 13 years. Oh, wow. Yes. People come with different varieties of plants that they themselves have come up with, the pots, designs and all that. And we thought that they should register them, they should patent them so they can make money out of it. Now, the Ghana Garden and Flower Show is a flagship event of the Ghana Garden and Flower movement. So there's a movement
that is put up the show.
Yes. So the movement does activities all year round.
Okay.
Then the show climaxes it, so to speak. Now the movement is an initiative of Strategic Communications Africa Limited, or Stratcom Africa for short. So we do that, and so that's how come this year we are doing. Like I said, it's been 13 years so far. We started with only about 14 exhibitors and some 1,400 visitors. If you go to the park right now, there are about 100 exhibitors. Wow. And we recorded, close to about 20,000 visitors so far. And these are not people, we don't count, if you come today and come tomorrow, we count you as one.
Okay. So these are not repeated?
No. And then we are seeing new faces also. Wow. Wow. And so for us, that's how big this event is. Last year, we had about 28,000 visitors and 100 exhibitors coming for the show. Wow. And it was 7 days.
And this is 9 days.
And we listen to the exhibitors. You know, like I said, it's a movement. So we do it for them.
Right.
So we realized that they needed more time to sell. People may come the last minute. That's why they say we're doing 2 weekends. Okay. So it started on the 20th of September, last week, Saturday. And then we are ending this coming Sunday. There's a lot happening today, tomorrow, and Sunday.
You can't afford to miss that. But talk to me about what I see in your shirts as the theme for this year.
It's beautiful,
Urban
right?
places, green
pink.
spaces.
Yes.
Well, what's the motivation?
So you see that for us in the urban places, we see a lot of concrete. We are not saying the concrete is not good, but what we're saying is that let's move away from the concrete. Okay. I was born in Takoradi, but I grew up partly in the village as well. And those days you could see, if you wanted to have a meeting, we sit under trees. We didn't have canopies and all this artificial stuff under trees. If you come to our office, Stratcom Africa, downtown, Aslam Down, 5 minutes from here. If you come there, you see bougainvillea and other flies crawling and climbing our walls. What we are saying with this theme is that, you know, in your own urban place, have a certain green space. Okay. It can be just a pot with a plant in it. Start something. So we move away from the concrete that have characterized our urban places and our cities. So we're saying that let us all in our own way, because the greens have a lot of benefit they actually give us. You know that the plants will take in our carbon dioxide and give us oxygen. And the cycle is important. That's why they say that when the last tree dies, the last man, Yamutu. That kind of thing. And beyond this, we also realize that there are people who are also benefiting from these. You know, I have gone on an excursion, on a trip, courtesy of my company, and I realized that where I went to, people who are recuperating from sickness were put in gardens, and the recovery process is that beautiful, is that fast and beautiful. So I learned a lot on that. For God in His wisdom put Adam and Eve in a garden. I want to go back there and see what happened. So gardens, they have. The gardens and the greenery, they have a lot of good effect on us. Apart from the beautification of the environment and all that, in terms of climate change and all that, they all contribute to it positively. So we are saying that don't make it too difficult for yourself. In your own little space, in your urban place, have a green there. It can be maybe an old stuff that you don't use anymore. It can be water closet, it can be old sink. Put some black soil inside. Plant tomatoes, plant pepper, put a plant in there. Have your own green space, and you will see the benefit of it.
How is the uptake like? Because you mentioned that, yes, we've seen the numbers coming in, but do you feel that as a people, as a country, we're really embracing the idea of planting, getting the green spaces in the concrete jungle we find ourselves in?
I think we are. When we started 13 years ago, it was very difficult and extremely challenging. Because people have different values they place on certain things. And people had not placed any value on plants and flowers. When I was growing up, even in the movies, we thought that we would see, when you say somebody had a garden at home, there was flower boy, and that it was a big man, the rich people, we didn't think about. It was a luxury. It was a luxury that we didn't think we could afford. But now, even looking at the numbers who visit the show and those who exhibit, it's a testament that it is catching on. People are now aligning their values to the benefits that flowers and greenery give us. And let me tell you, we have exhibitors from Burkina Faso and Kenya who are here.
Oh, wow.
Yes. And that gives us a lot of joy. The Vice President of Ghana, Her Excellency, passed through on Wednesday. Yes. And for me and for us, it's big. Seeing her interact with the young people who have come up with innovations, and it's not just the flowers and the plants also. People also have products that are purely organic. Yes, purely organic, and they're exhibiting them there, and they're making sales. So seeing her there, adding her voice to it, throwing her weight behind it, it's a huge thing. Let me dovetail into some of the benefits so far. As the numbers are increasing, we are seeing young people who are now exporting flowers and plants. I was at the reception at front desk one day with my CEO, Madam Esther Koba. If you go to the woman's house, she lifts it. Anytime I go there, I want to sit in the garden. And you should see her tendering them. It's so beautiful. I was at the reception with her. We're discussing this show. And then a man, I could say maybe in his 50s or something, or 60s, walks to the reception and kneels in front of her and asks, humble, she said, "Oh, get up." The man says, "No." And then I'm like, "Okay, so what's going on?" And the man says that, "Madam, you don't know what you've done for me with this particular movement and the show."
Wow.
That because of the show, now he's exporting plants.
Wow.
Yes, and then he's able to put his children to school. I was in tears. I was like, so this is how big it is. And I wasn't seeing it because I'm in there, So it is growing beautifully. And for us, the impact is that massive. These young people who were just by the roadside, and maybe they pick water from the gutters and water a few plants here and there. Now they're doing it big. If you come there, you see them, you'll be very happy to
And is that what keeps Stratcom Africa committed to this? You've been doing it for what, 13 years?
13 years.
Is that what keeps the commitment?
And we are not stopping anywhere from now.
Wow.
Also because we are obviously, Ghana's biggest communications agency. We give 360 communication support to companies, international companies, local entities and all that. So we believe that this event is one of what we call the behavioral change communication tools, and we cannot stop. Behavior change doesn't come overnight. It takes a while. And so we need to gradually put our resources as a communication agency to the benefit of our society. And so that is what pushes us, keeps us going. So whether that's sponsorship or not, Madam will say, "Hey, we have no choice." It's a calling. You should always say that communicators are social doctors. Your client can call you at midnight, 2 a.m. There's a crisis. What do you do? And so because of this mindset, we cannot stop. We have to continue. Though there are a few sponsors who have helped us. Interplus is helping us very well. We have the Green to Riches Conference, which is for the youth. So what we do is that, and happening today actually, at 1 o'clock. What happens is that we teach the youth how to make money, how to monetize these greeneries. Yes, so we teach them all that. So we have experts who will come and teach them. And then Kempinski has graciously decided to offer them some refreshments and some goodies this afternoon. And you see what happens? We actually bus these students from their various locations.
Oh, okay.
Yes, because we believe that if you don't invest in educating and empowering them, then we all will lose.
Wow.
So for them, it may not be a priority, but even if it is, they may have issues with affordability. So make it easy for them to come.
Absolutely.
And once they accept this, the movement will go high. Then there's a little green fingers for the little ones. If you see them, they are little fingers. And they are taught how to tender plants, how to grow plants. It happens all throughout the the 9 days. And there's entertainment as well.
So it's a full package.
Oh, it's a full package. We had the fashion show on Monday. That was a holiday.
Right.
You should have seen it. I'm telling you. And tonight there's a karaoke night. Tomorrow is a music night. And then Sunday we climax the whole thing, the closing ceremony. And then Kwampa is coming. Kwampa is coming.
Hey! So how can
Sunday.
people get to be a part of this? Because you say it's happening at the Afua Sutherland Children's Park, but how can people get? Maybe some people want to, be a part of it, but they did not hear about it earlier because I don't know where they were, and so they're hearing it today. Yeah. How do they get to be a part of it?
Okay, so the show is from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day.
Okay, 9 to 9.
9 to 9. It's a public event. It's free for everybody. Nobody pays.
To enter, just
nobody
free. Come
pays.
see. If you want to buy, you just go ahead and buy.
And the plant and the products are heavily discounted.
Wow.
There's some clothes and for there's also food. The food. I am going to eat food today. I've been eating food every day. I don't know why, because it tastes so good. There's a fried yam and the turkey wing. and our vendors understand that if they don't do things well, it rubs on us.
Yes.
So what we do is even before the event, as I said, it's a movement. So we train them. Okay. Customer service, it comes for free for them. Customer service, marketing your business, communication-wise, we do all these things for them. So they see it as a part of us. If you look at the committee that plans this, our vendors are part of the committee.
Okay.
That's how important we see.
So it's
them.
very inclusive.
Very inclusive, and we give them everything they need, securities, everything they need, and we charge very little. We would have wished to do it for free for all the vendors. But you see, our resources are going inside. I mean, my boss wouldn't like to hear it, but we're in September. But the bottom line is we want everybody to and for the closing ceremony, I'm going to talk about the opening ceremony, for example. We had the EPA, Environmental Protection Authority, the chairperson, Dr. Christina Makunyama, accepting to grace the occasion. She sent somebody to come because she could not make it. Registrar General herself was there to speak. And then the Secretary General of the V20 Secretary, who is the former president of the Republic of Maldives, was there as our keynote speaker. I mean, they've all thrown their weight behind us big time. Polytank has supported big time. For the closing ceremony that happens on Sunday, this Sunday at 4 p.m., we have an architect, an award-winning architect speaking. And of course, trying to let us understand again, per the theme that, have your concrete, but put some greens in there.
There should be some greens in there.
Put some greens in there.
Ato, I want you to run us through exactly what is happening again from today all the way to the closing ceremony on Sunday.
Okay, so today, as we speak, the exhibition is ongoing. People are buying and selling.
If you hurry up and go.
And then they are networking, they are building connections and all that. Then at 1 p.m., we'll have the Green to Riches Youth Conference. Like I said, we are educating the youth how to monetize the greenish, The little green fingers is all we. The little ones. I love to see them. And again, we have these bouncy castles and the little children's.
So the kids can also come around.
Yeah. So that when you come as a parent or a guardian, you can leave your children with us. They are well catered for, whilst you do your shopping and all that. SOS is also there. So we have partners who are managing these things for us beautifully. And then tonight, after the conference and all that, we have some karaoke night. I'll be singing. I have my own song. I've composed a song for DGFN, the Ghana Flash Show. I'm releasing it tonight. The fact. Then tomorrow, the show continues from 9 a.m. And then around 6 p.m. thereabout is a music night. A Timwa to Mama Calls. Then Sunday we will end it up. We'll climb up with the closing ceremony and everything. And then after the closing ceremony, Kwampa.
Wow.
We'll end the show, the whole
show. It looks like
it's a Ghana flag movement. If you want to join, which I think you should join, it's for free.
Right.
Just free.
And how do we join?
Let me put my number out there this morning.
Okay.
Just WhatsApp me, I'll put you there. But if you come to the park, they will take you through the system, you will join easily.
Absolutely.
So 050-460-7494.
050-460-7494.
It's not a customized number. If you WhatsApp me, I'll let the team add you immediately.
Absolutely.
Like I said, it's a whole year round of activities. We do a lot of things for our members, and so it's good that people join. Yes, and for members, for discount here and there, training here and there, moving here and there, meeting stakeholders, we take you to places that matter as far as your business is concerned. And everybody can join.
Absolutely.
You don't need to be a flower grower. No, everybody can join.
It's open.
It's open. Everybody can join.
Absolutely.
Pastors, Muslims, religious leaders, everybody. I'm gonna join.
Atu, thank you so much for coming.
All right, thank you so much.
And we'll definitely be there to also be a part of this wonderful initiative. But thank you so much. That's Samuel Atuafo. He is the Marketing Communications Manager for Stratcom Africa, and they have this wonderful fair at the Ifwa Sutherland Children's Park. It's happening. It's ongoing from now all the way till Sunday. Make sure you do pass by and be a part of it. We'll be right back after this. A classic one there. But let's get into the talk on entrepreneurship. And I was sad when I didn't get someone to talk to on Wednesday. But today we have Solomon Bentu Mensah. He is the CEO and founder of KSK Farms. He is a mentee in core 3 of entrepreneurship with Bolore. And Solomon, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm doing very well.
You know, as for your glasses there, they really stand out. It reminds you of fellow Ghanaians.
But I'm not one.
Yeah, no. You see, you get into trouble this morning. But I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing very well.
Fantastic. So talk to me. I remember the launch because of your glasses again. Oh. And then, how has the journey been since then?
Wow. So the journey has really been very good. I mean, I have learned, relearned. I mean, still learning a lot of things. I mean, it has been very impactful.
Right. Was it what you expected?
Not really. I wasn't expecting anything though, but I was yearning to learn or leverage on the key benefits of the program.
Right. Right.
And so far so good. It's going on well. I'm learning.
So talk to me about KSK Farms. What do you do?
Okay. So KSK is a poultry business which KSK is into the production of quails, quail legs, rabbits, chicken, and other livestock.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, what inspired you to do that, to get into farming? Animal farming, I should say.
Yeah, animal farming. So what inspired me to get into animal farming? Back then, my passion for these animals, it started when I was a kid.
Okay.
Yeah, very young. So at that time, I just started raising them. So my first pet was a chicken. So
what was the name?
It didn't have a name then. It didn't have a
Okay.
name. But it was a chicken, and I never ate that chicken. I never killed that chicken. So the chicken grew, multiplied, and then.
Wait, so you were doing what to the chicken? Because we were ready to eat them.
Yeah, but
Right.
I didn't do that. I didn't do that. So I wanted to learn more about the chicken, how they communicate. I mean, because when you have a chicken, or most of the times, any animal you have, you are supposed to understand the animal. And you get to know certain things, what the animal do.
Okay.
Yes, so that makes you respond whenever the animal is in trouble or is in any form of thing you need to attend to. Yes, so all these things count and then they speak.
So you started with one akoko, and over the years.
Then and one pigeon.
One pigeon?
Yes.
Where do you get that one from?
Growing up, being a kid, scouting around.
Adventure.
Yes.
Hey, nice one. And how has it been for you, the business so far? How many years has it been?
So a year.
1 year.
Yeah.
And you've added quails to it, you've added rabbits to it. Talk to me about why the addition of these ones to the chicken, the other livestock to the chicken.
So initially, I wasn't planning to go into rabbits and then quails because of, especially the rabbits, because of the perception I had about the rabbits.
Okay.
So I believe that rabbits are animals, very clean animals. And then back then, for me to raise one, it was quite challenging because I believed that rabbits are animals that needs to pay full attention to.
Yeah, so they demand a lot of your attention.
Yes. So due to all these kind of things, I didn't want to go in for rabbits. But later on, getting to the senior high school final year, how my friends were talking about it, most of them had rabbits. So due to that, I got caught up. And then, I gave it a try. And then here I am.
So how many rabbits do you have now?
So currently I have 15 rabbits.
And the quails?
So quails are also 20.
How did that come in? When did you add quails as well?
So I started quails before starting the rabbits.
Okay.
So the quails, when I started the quails, I started with 5. But alongside, because I didn't study about them, didn't learn about them. So how I started going into quail, to me it's weird. Because I was just passing by, and then all of a sudden I saw it. And then all of a sudden I got interested. Then I bought, just like that. Then I bought a few of them, 5 of them. Then I tried them. Raising them. I was quite curious about how small they are, especially when I ate the eggs for the very first time. It's like, hey, what kind of egg is this? So it was later on I came to read about it, know more about the quails. Then I was like, oh, wow, they are very good, very great. So I even spoke to a friend about this quail, and then he was like, oh, yeah, we should go into it. That was back then in SHS. Yes. So he was also interested. And then we teamed up, we talked together. He was also doing rabbits as well. So when I brought up these quails, he accepted it. And then back then, we didn't get some to buy. We wanted some to buy, but we didn't. So after completing the senior high school, that was when at that time, I had, but they died. So I decided to hold on because whenever I go to the man and then ask for, he will be like, Sam is not in. Yeah. So all the time it wasn't up and down. And then anytime I pass by I haven't been seeing some. Oh, okay. So I decided to hold on. So after that, I had the idea of searching through the internet, and then
you found
it. So when I found it, and then I spoke to him, he was like, "Oh wow, You've made me proud. Because this was something that we spoke about it back then, and then we were not able to do it.
Yeah.
And now we are done with school, and I'm able to do it. So it was very happy for me. I was also very happy.
Quite interested. So how has entrepreneurship with Bolloré shaped how you approached the business before and now?
So before, I wasn't planning on, making it. Yeah, I had the plan of making it big, but not as that big. And how to network to. I just knew about networking, but what goes into networking?
Yeah.
I mean, when I joined entrepreneurship with Bolloré, I've been able to leverage on that, how to network, how to approach people to. So networking, the kind of people you network with, they don't have time. So you are limited, at least 50 seconds or maybe lesser than that. You're supposed to pitch your whole idea. Yeah, so being in this cohort, it has made me learn a lot of things and take notice of a lot of things.
So which mentorship session would you say left you with so much to think about?
Wow. Well, to me, all of them.
Wow.
All of them. Because whenever each facilitator or any mentor comes around, he or she is best and does the best of himself. And each and every one is different too as well. Yeah, very different. And whatever they teach, they teach us with experience.
Right.
Yes. So whenever they are talking to you, it's out of experience. So I mean, all of them have been great. They've been the best.
And you're confident that you're winning cohort 3?
Yeah, I'm very confident.
Hey, but you paused small. So let me see this. So these are quail eggs.
Yeah, these are quail
eggs. And this
eggs.
is how you package your quail eggs.
Yes, these are how I package the quail eggs.
Okay, let me just quickly grab that. Okay, so KSK Husbandry with your packaging on there.
Yeah.
And you even have the health benefits of quail eggs on it. Right. So they are this small. I think this is the first time I'm coming close to quail eggs actually. Right. Okay, so how do people get in touch with you if they want to, maybe invest in your business or also purchase what you are also offering?
So I'm on WhatsApp, TikTok, and then Facebook. So on WhatsApp, that is my normal contact.
Yes.
05096116663.
Okay.
In TikTok is Ken Skykey. And
Ken what?
Ken Skykey.
Okay.
Yeah, and Facebook is Solomon Mensah.
Solomon Mensah.
Yeah, it all means my name.
Oh, okay.
But I scouted the news out.
All right, so Solo, thank you so much for coming. And I wish you well because the winner gets to go to Barbados. What would that mean to you?
It will be a lot. I mean, the experience alone,
Right.
I mean, it's very good. I don't know, I'm shorting of words.
But I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And congratulations as well for being a part of cohort 3.
Thank you.
We'll see how it goes at the grand finale. Solomon Mensah there. He's the CEO and founder of KSK Farms. They are into rabbits, chicken, quail eggs, quails, whatever. And a young man doing wonderful stuff in terms of livestock. But before we draw the curtains, some birthdays to celebrate as well. Today is the 26th day, and we have more for you right after this break. Stay with us. For staying on with us. It's the Friday edition of the show, and we're talking now about women in worship. And so I don't know if you've never heard of it. I'm sorry. When did you come to Ghana again? But clearly, it's one of the flagship programs that you will look forward to every year, where women meet. And even though it's women in worship, it's open to about. Why am I even taking the wind out of the sail? Let me get to speak to the founder herself. Of Women in Worship, Gina Ella Nete. Everybody calls her Auntie Gina. And we also have Anta Maklo, who is a team member of Women in Worship. Ladies, welcome.
Thank you.
Auntie Gina,
Hey.
welcome.
Thank
Especially.
As usual.
So we are back. Women in Worship.
It's
Talk
that
to me
time
about
of the
this.
day again, that time of the year.
Absolutely.
We all know Women in Worship. It's not a new brand. It keeps getting bigger, better every day, just like old wine. It gets sweeter and
with
better.
time.
Yeah, with time. This year, Women in Worship is back, and it's happening on the 5th of October.
Okay.
Women in Worship has nothing less than a movement. It has become a movement. It has become a national altar, a sacred altar, where men meet to celebrate his faithfulness, celebrate who he has become in our life. And from there, we also empower people, innovate, and then look at the CSR aspect of human being. That's what Women in Worship is about.
And this year, it's on the 5th of October, like
Yes.
you say. And we know that every single year, there is something spectacular that you bring to the fore. What are we looking at this year?
I think the team itself embodies a lot of things. Yes, the team itself says that celebrating his faithfulness. Celebrating his faithfulness is just like celebrating the goodness of the Lord. What has happened in your life in the past. My brother, you all know that we go to sleep not knowing what is happening around us. A lot has come our way, but the Lord has delivered us. It's just good and opportune that we appreciate who he is by celebrating his faithfulness. It's just like you have a father, you have a mother, you have a sister, a friend who has done something for you. When you appreciate the person, he feels the sense of belonging. He adds more. So we have come to that point where we have to celebrate who he is and what he stands for in our life.
Right.
So we could get more from our Father, Lord Jesus Christ.
Amazing. And Anne, talk to me about the artists that have been lined up for Women in Worship this year.
We have Ada, Empress Gifty is also coming, and what's the name?
Tony Favor is
Tony
coming.
Favor is coming, yes.
Wow. Keepers Music is
Keepers.
on the bill. We have Ikuya Sewabusu on the bill. We have Irabna Music. A lot more. The list is very tall. We have Sandro Drew. We have Efie Yua. We have Serapia. The list is tall. The list is very tall.
It's a very serious convocation. Where is it happening?
Perez Domi.
Okay,
Yes.
so Perez Dome, that's where we are all converging
correct.
on the 5th of October. And in the time?
4 p.m.
Right.
It's on a Sunday.
Right.
Yes.
So after church, you go and eat your fufu.
Correct.
Then
Get on
quickly.
the dancing shoes.
But what should we be looking forward to? What should people expect when they come for Women in Worship this year?
Women in Worship stands for one thing: testimonies. Yeah. And there's a lot of testimonies that are come my way, but I don't share them publicly, but I thank God for it. And GHOne is privileged to witness one. And Fruit of the Womb has become something that is predominantly found in Women in Worship. And then this weekend, a friend also happens to send me something about he coming to serve. He came from Kumasi to serve. And in the process of serving, someone told him, you have a heart towards Gina's project, so God will reward you. Someone among the congregation gave him a visa to go to France for the wife to go and give birth. And as we speak, they are coming on Wednesday back just to come and assist Women in Worship.
Wow.
Yes. And this time, trust me, healing is going to take place. Encounter is going to take place. Name it. Because our Lord Jesus Christ embodies a lot of things which we can't even describe. That is why our God himself has a lot of names. He's the provider, he's El Erod, he's Jehovah Jireh. Name it. I don't know how to tell you. But Women in Worship is prepared. We have prayed, we have seek his faith. Come prepared, just grab your ticket. Your ticket is going a long way to pay for a bill for a sister, a brother, and a friend with cervical cancer.
Wow. And how much do we have to pay to be a part of Women in Worship? because you've provided a very tall list of people.
Yeah.
Ordinarily, I should pay like maybe 3,000.
Exactly.
But how much are the tickets going for?
100 cities, regular, 200 cities for VIP. Yes. And when you buy a ticket, it goes towards Acatesia Health Foundation, which we have free screening for women for cervical cancer. So it's a good thing.
And it's open to the general public. Everybody is invited to be a part of it.
Correct.
Just grab a ticket for 100 CDs regular and then
200 CDs for
VIP. Where do we get tickets to buy?
Bachona Total, Airport Shell, Perez Dome, Hachu Shell, and then to sit at the comfort of your home. You just go to egotickets.com, eventparty.com, and you're sorted out. Let me repeat that. Eventparty.com, egoticket.com,
as well.
then you are sorted. Bachona Total, Airport Shell, Hachu Shell, Perez Dome itself, Community 1 and 2 Shell, and then online, egotickets.com and then eventparty.com. My brother, someone would say, I don't want to do any of this. I need a preferential treatment from you people. God came to serve us. Women in worship is here to serve people. So they should just drop a call. Call our hotline, and our ticket guys are ever ready, wherever they are. Kampala, Boliga, name it. Because we want the whole country to be part of women in worship. So when you dial 024-8810-396, you will get a ticket. Let me repeat again. 024-8810-396. You grab a ticket for a friend, a brother, a sister, a family, groups, for them to be part of this encounter. And trust me, like I said, it's a movement. It has become a national altar. Come and encounter God for yourself.
Absolutely.
And your life will never be the same.
Hey. So finally, as we wrap the conversation, Auntie Gina, and if you know Auntie Gina and Jeanette Services, you know that everything is going to be different from the stage, the atmosphere, the ambience, everything is going to be different. But what would be your final message to the people? This is your camera.
Okay, my final message to Ghanaians. I am appealing. I don't need to appeal before you worship God, but I want to use myself as a medium, as a vessel that has been appointed to do this for women. Come and experience God for yourself. You know, women in worship stands for innovation, impact, spirituality, and the physical aspect of it. Come. There's another aspect that when you come, you're going to experience goodies. We're going to give free beverage from Better Malt. We're going to give free water from Awake Mineral Water. Concert Make It Happen is helping us. Rexona is helping us. GHOne is coming in a lot of goodies. You know what? You stand to open an account free at CBG. And then you get free screening as a woman. As a man, your wife goes, your sister goes, your mother goes. Come and support this cause. For it is not for a venture to extort, but it's for an encounter and to empower the people of Ghana.
And Anne?
Yes. Oh, like my sister said, come and have a life-changing moment. Testimonies have been said all over. I think she said a lot. So we advise everybody, go get your tickets in numbers, get it for a brother, a sister. It's not for only women, like she said. It's for men also. Come, let's have fun. Let's praise God. We've been through a lot this year, but He's been faithful to us. Let's come God will show us His faithfulness as women in worship. So it's a life-changing moment.
Absolutely.
It's a life changer, actually. Let me put it that way.
Last.
Last. Come. One, come two, come all. Come everybody. Come and encounter God for
And don't forget to get on your dancing shoes. Women, get your comfortable shoes because we'll be dancing.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So you can take the heels to church in the morning.
Correct.
Or when you're coming for women, we should get some sneakers or something.
Correct.
You jump all over the place.
We'll see you on the 5th of October. But God bless you. Thank you so much for coming. This is still GH Today here on GH1 Television. We have one more interview for you right after this break. I can hear him. Brother Frank Mensah, aka PC. God bless you, and it's from Anita to you, wishing you the best of the day. Happy birthday to award-winning TV personality Ms. Akosia at Original TV. May your day be filled with joy, reflection, and hope for the year ahead. And may God continue to bless you and watch over you all the days of your life. Happy birthday to you. And because it's a Friday and you're getting into the weekend, let me give you this beautiful song to celebrate your birthdays today. And we wish you all the best today and beyond. But let's talk about some other things this morning on the show. And I've been joined in studio by Theobista Girma. She is the founder of Bridge 54, doing some amazing work, Ghana, Ethiopia, and more. We get to learn more about that. Theobista, welcome.
Thank you.
I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Interesting name. I like it. I've never heard it.
Thank you. It's also not really a common name in Ethiopia, so I get that a lot.
But talk to me about Bridge 54. What do you do?
So Bridge 54 is my newest baby, and the aim and goal of Bridge 54 is to connect Africa. As the name Bridge 54 is connecting the 54 African countries. And the goal is so that we can visit each other more often, collaborate with each other more often, and invest with each other more often. So considering my strong roots with Ghana and Ethiopia, even though I'm not from Ghana, I've been coming to Ghana for the past 10 plus years. Wow. I think starting this initiative of bridging the gap between Ghana and Ethiopia makes sense. So right now, a lot of the focus is between Ghana and Ethiopia.
And I want to believe that that's why the recent trip was organized with Black Volta, getting Ghana to Ethiopia. What really was the motivation for that?
Yeah, so I think tourism leads to a lot of potential collaboration with creators, potential investment to any country. But to also start tourism, you first have to create awareness about a particular country. So I think a lot of people, I don't know, in Ghana know a lot about Ethiopia, Haile Selassie specifically. But I don't think they ever view it as a place to go for vacation or tourism. I think a lot of people even transit through Addis Ababa, but don't even spend time to actually go out and explore. So I wanted to take Black Volta to showcase, just because I'm starting as a new brand, I don't have that platform to showcase Ethiopia the way I would like to. But considering the great success of Black Volta and a lot of viewership from not only in Ghana, but also in the diaspora, I thought taking them will give Ethiopia the amplification that it needs so that people can start thinking about, Ethiopia is a place I can actually go and have a good time.
And how was the experience like?
It was great. I mean, I wish they were here to speak, but I'll speak on everybody's behalf. Besides Black Volta, we had a couple of people who also bought a package and traveled with us, and it was an amazing trip. We did the Black Volta signature, creatives and creators mixer. So I had to organize that for them. And when we got there, I did not expect all the creators and everybody who's going to attend the event. but we had a great turnout. On top of the turnout, we also had great speakers at the panel. We had Wode was one of our panel speaker at the event. We also had an artist from Ethiopia, just a whole lot of great variety of people speaking at the panel, and there was a lot of engagement. So that particular event kind of also set the tone for the remaining part of the trip. A lot of people wanted to get to know all the Ghanaians that came with us. They wanted to collaborate. I took them to try raw meat. In Ethiopia, we eat raw meat. I took them to the Ethiopian National Palace, and they were experiencing it, wearing the robes our emperors and queens used to wear. And it was a great experience because I think sometimes like when you travel other places, the unfortunate history of colonization, slavery tend to dominate some of the histories that you see in museums and stuff. But with Ethiopia's history of being one of the only countries that never colonized, when you come to our museums or come to explore the history, it's more about pride. It's all about, the history of like beating, the Italians on at the Battle of Adwa. So a lot of like prideful moments. I think that I can say they've experienced. We did a lot. We went to traditional shows. We stayed at luxury resorts like Kuriftu Resorts. Right. It's one of the, the most famous and luxurious resorts in Ethiopia. I think we did a lot. And also at the Creative Mixer, I took some Ghanaian brands, like I'm wearing Nisa brand, for example. So I wore their clothes at the show. Right. So I was trying to bring in like some of the Ghanaian brands, Myth Bag and Shanae for male. So a lot of people were interested. Is this to sell? But it was not. I just wanted to showcase Ghanaian brands.
And now you're trying to do the reverse.
Yes.
Talk to me about it.
So I haven't set the date to share, but I'm planning to do an Ethiopia Day in Ghana, just an evening. I have a bigger agenda. I do not want Bridge 54 just to stay within tourism. There's a different type of policies and agendas that I want to push along. So something to kind of get that conversation started with important dignitaries. I plan to have like an Ethiopian night. But besides that, I plan to bring Ethiopians to also come and experience Ghana in December. So I'm looking forward to that.
Interesting. And in terms of the travels, tourism, you see that as a very vibrant platform to connect Africa?
Yes, absolutely. Like I said, with the few Ghanaians that traveled with us and Black Volta, and even we were lucky to have Wode Maya's presence, Lady Denta. Everybody was there, and every Ethiopian creators, every investor, everybody was interested. How can we potentially collaborate? What can we do together? So I think this has kind of opened up the door. I feel like this kind of trip is like the first to be done. So I know it's going to open up a lot of opportunities for various people to collaborate, but also invest. We actually have the Kuriftu Resort owner coming and speaking at a tourism expo here in October. So it's leading to a lot of good outcomes that we all would like to see.
And that should make you feel very fulfilled.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. So what's the future like for Bridge 54? Is it just Ghana, Ethiopia?
As the name says, it's 54, so ideally everywhere. Connecting Africa is like the goal. However, we have to start somewhere, and I think the history between Ghana and Ethiopia, Haile Selassie and Kwame Nkrumah had a great, relationship and friendship, and they also were one of the founders of African Union. So I think we can write off of that history
without mentioning these two names.
Yes, exactly. So I think it's time to revive that energy and have a bigger, stronger relationship between Ghana and Ethiopia.
So we are going to see a replication of what is happening between Ghana and Ethiopia, between other countries in Africa as well. That's the plan for Bridge 54.
Yes, absolutely. Next could be Nigeria, could be Ivory Coast, and we'll see. But we have a lot of opportunity to even strengthen the relationship between Ghana and Ethiopia from a culture diplomacy aspect. And I think
what motivates you? What keeps you going to say that, you know what, I can do this? With the team I have, we can achieve this.
I think first it's like the love of I have for Africa. I grew up in Ethiopia, but went to school and spent majority of my adult life in the States. But every opportunity that I've gotten, I've always wanted to come back and be on the continent, specifically to Ghana. So I used to study abroad, do internship, every opportunity come to Ghana. So my love for Africa keeps bringing me back, but also just all the support and partners that we have, like Kuriftu Resort really helped us host this, Black Volta went with us, just a whole lot of other people, and Ethiopia creators like Aklil Club and everybody who support us helps us keep going. And also just when you see people's excitement, like I said, when we were in Ethiopia, there was a lot of excitement for people to want to work with Ghanaians and also want to come explore Ghana. And I think after Black Volta's I guess showcasing Ethiopia, there's also that new interest, I think, from Ghanaians. Oh, I definitely want to see Ethiopia, especially when they see the city views and stuff. The comments have just been like unreal. Everybody's like, this is Ethiopia. So it is, yeah.
All right, so Teresa, I mean, basically, with regards to what you're doing, how do people get to connect with Bridge 54 on social media, perhaps?
Yeah, we have a website, bridge54.org.
Okay.
But also on Instagram, it's bridge_54. Bridge_54, yes.
And that's how they can get to learn more.
Yes, yes.
All right. Phil, thank you so much for coming to Obista. It's been a pleasure, and I wish you so well with the Bridge 54. Let's connect Africa.
Yes, we'll have to take you to Ethiopia.
You should. You should. I'd love to do that. I'd love to do that. All right. So that's that conversation on Bridge 54, connecting Africa, Ghana, Ethiopia, and the dream is to make sure that all the 54 African countries do have a taste of each other. You know, it's said that we don't travel within Africa. We are always looking for opportunities outside Africa. Let's do intra-continental travel. Let's know Africa more and learn a bit more about it. But thank you so much for being a part of the conversation this morning as well. That's how we do the curtains on the show. I am Joshua Kodjo Mensah. You have a wonderful morning.